हेलो हेलो, आवाज आ रही है?
हाँ आ रही है।
अब सभी लोगों से अनुरोध है, कृपया अपना स्थान ग्रहण करें। सुप्रभात एवं सादर अभिनंदन। गुड मॉर्निंग टू ऑल ऑफ यू। माननीय अतिथिगण, विशिष्ट वैज्ञानिक समुदाय, शिक्षाविद, नीति निर्माताओं, शोधार्थियों एवं हिमालय के शुभचिंतक, आप सभी का मैं डॉक्टर मिथिलेश सिंह, गोविंद बल्लभ पंत राष्ट्रीय हिमालयी पर्यावरण संस्थान की ओर से हिमालयन कॉन्क्लेव 2025 में हार्दिक अभिनंदन और स्वागत करती हूँ। आज का यह सम्मेलन भारतीय हिमालयी क्षेत्र 2047 के उस स्वप्न को साकार करने की दिशा में एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम है, जहां पर्यावरण संरक्षण, सामाजिक समरसता और आर्थिक स्थिरता साथ साथ चले। जैसा कि कहा गया है, हिमालयम समारभ्य यावत इदं सरोवरम तम देव निर्मितम देशम हिंदुस्तानम प्रचक्षते, अर्थात हिमालय से लेकर सागर तक यह देश हिंदुस्तान देवों द्वारा निर्मित है और इसी देश का मस्तक है हिमालय। आज हम सब इस सभागार में इसी मस्तक की गरिमा, स्थायित्व और संरक्षण के लिए एकत्रित हुए हैं। Respected dignitaries and participants, Himalayan Conclave 2025 on Indian Himalayan Region 2047, environmental conservation and sustainable socio-economic growth aims to build a shared vision for climate resilient, economically vibrant, and ecologically secure Himalayan region. On this occasion, we are really honored to have with us Ms. Namita Prasad ma'am, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, as a chief guest. Ma'am, your gracious presence adds immense value and encouragement to our efforts. We also have with us Professor S.P. Singh sir, former Vice Chancellor, HNB Garhwal University, Professor Saket Kushwaha, Vice Chancellor, University of Ladakh, Professor Satpal Singh Bist, Vice Chancellor, SSJ यूनिवर्सिटी अल्मोड़ा, डॉक्टर लक्ष्मीकांत सर, डायरेक्टर विपकास अल्मोड़ा। मैं संस्थान के निदेशक महोदय से अनुरोध करूंगी कि वे सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों का खादा और पौधा भेंट कर स्वागत और अभिनंदन करें। बहुत बहुत आभार सर। जैसे कि हमारी परंपरा है, हम किसी भी शुभ कार्य की शुरुआत भगवान को नमन करके करते हैं। मैं विनम्र अनुरोध करती हूँ अब सभी गणमान्य अतिथियों से कि वो दीप प्रज्वलित कर कार्यक्रम का शुभारंभ करें।
X for xylophone, Y for yak.
इस दीप की रोशनी के साथ ही हमारे मन में भी एक नई ऊर्जा का संचार हो। यह दीप हमारे विचारों को आलोकित करे और हमें हिमालय के उज्जवल भविष्य के पथ पर अग्रसर करे। आप सभी लोगों का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। जैसा कि हम जानते हैं कि हमारी राष्ट्रगीत वंदे मातरम के 150 वर्ष पूर्ण होने के उपलक्ष्य में पूरे देश में स्मरणोत्सव मनाया जा रहा है। आइए हम सब मिलकर इस अमर गीत को गाएं। यह हमारी मातृभूमि, हमारी धरती माता और भारत की अदम्य भावना को समर्पित सामूहिक वंदना है। आप सभी से निवेदन है कि वंदे मातरम गायन के लिए अपने अपने स्थान पर खड़े हो जाएं। May I now request the dignitaries to kindly release a brochure on Himalayan Conclave 2025. This brochure includes information about vision, thematic programs, aim and deliverables of different sessions that are being organized in this conclave. सभी का बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. Now I invite Dr. I.D. Bhatt sir, Director in charge, GB Pant National Institute of Himalayan Environment, to provide the context and vision for this conclave.
Yeah. Namaste and good morning to all. So today, thank you so much and warm welcome to this Himalayan enclave. So we are basically seeing the Himalaya under the one roof today. And people from the different Himalayan regions are present here, and that reflects that Himalaya is very beautiful. But the people of the Himalaya and people in the Himalaya, they are the more beautiful than the Himalaya. So thank you so much, respected chief guest, dignitaries, esteemed guests, distinguished scientists, policy leaders, colleagues, students, members of the wider Himalayan community. I extend my warm greetings and a heartfelt welcome to each one of you to the Himalayan Conclave 2025, organized here at the GB Pant National Institute of Himalayan Environment. It is indeed matter of great privilege and pride to have with us our chief guest, Ms. Namita Prasad, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, a visionary leader and distinguished policymaker who has been steering several national initiatives under the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change. Madam, your commendable work in the strengthening climate action, environmental governance, and sustainable development across India truly inspires all of us working in the Himalayan region. Your presence today adds immense grace and meaning to this conclave, reaffirming the government's commitment toward a sustainable and resilient Himalayan future. On behalf of the Institute, I extend gratitude to Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change for their continuous support, encouragement and guidance. Warm welcome, ma'am. I am equally honored to welcome our special guests, Professor S.P. Singh, a pioneering ecologist and former Vice Chancellor of Garhwal University, whose research has laid the foundation for ecological study in the Indian Himalayan regions. Thank you, sir, for sparing your valuable time to this conclave. I also welcome Professor Saket Khuswa, Vice Chancellor, University of Ladakh, and he is one of our society member, man, Professor Khuswa, sir, and Professor S.P.S. Bist, Vice Chancellor, Subhan Singh Jina University, who have been contributing to nurturing academic excellence and sustainable development across Ladakh and Uttarakhand. Warm welcome, sir. Dr. Lakshmikant, Director ICR Vivekanand Parvate Krishi Anusandhan Sansthan Almora, whose scientific leadership at webcast continues to advance mountain agriculture and food security, and more importantly, he is supporting our each and every step, each and every initiatives. I extend my heartfelt welcome to you, sir. I also welcome the gracious presence of the dignitaries from different reputed organizations, especially Sri Amba Jamir, sir. He is one of our government board members. Sustainability Leader Network Guwahati, Dr. G.S. Rao, sir, Wildlife Institute of India, Professor Resi, sir, University of Kashmir, Dr. Anil Gupta, sir, IIT Roorkee, Dr. Yasbir Bhatnagar, sir, from IUCN, New Delhi, Dr. Bandana and Dr. Sanjeev from EC Mode, Dr. Sunil Kumar, ICR IFSR Meerut, Professor S. Ramachandran, PRL Ahmedabad, Professor I. M. Baguna, SAIC ISRO Ahmedabad, Dr. R. Murugesan, NIR DPR Guwahati, Dr. S. S. Das, DSI Kolkata, Dr. Lalit Sharma, ZSI Kolkata, Professor Rama Mekhuri from Garhwal University, representative from Wetlands International, ICR Bivkas Almora, and representative from all other organizations. Thank you for your support and commitment to attend this conclave, and I welcome you all. So I will fail to my duty if I do not name our seniors and founding pillars of the Institute who have graced the occasion with their magnanimous presence, especially Dr. S.K. Nandi, sir, Dr. R.C. Sundrial, sir, Dr. Anita Pandey, Dr. R.K. Mekhuri, sir, Dr. S.S. Samant, sir, Dr. J.C. Kunyal, Dr. G.C.S. Negi, sir, Dr. Subrat Sharma, sir, Dr. R.C. Prasad. Sir, your gracious presence collectively reflects the convergence of science, policy, and leadership, the very spirit that Conclave seeks to promote. Warm welcome, sir. So, special mention to Professor Sunil Nautiyal, former director of this institute, who basically conceptualized the idea of Himalayan Conclave in 2024. And he will be delighted to know that today his idea has been transformed into reality. But unfortunately, he could not make it to attend the event physically. So my heartfelt gratitude to all the former visionary directors of the Institute who significantly contributed to achieve the greater heights of the Institute. Once again, welcome to all the respected dignitaries, esteemed guests, distinguished scientists, policy leaders, colleagues, students, and members of the wider Himalayan community. I am sure you will have great experience and comfortable stay throughout the conclave. Last but not least, I welcome and thanks all the collaborators of the conclaves for supporting this event. Now, with the permission of the chief guest and dignity of the dais, I would now like to present a brief overview of the genesis, objective, and envisioned outcome of this Himalayan Conclave 2025. presentation. So, welcome to this Himalayan Conclave 2025. Basically, this is organized for how to achieve sustainable growth of the Himalayan regions in view of the environmental conservation and how to align it with the Viksit Bharat vision of Prime Minister Modi and Government of India 2047. So the title we have kept that Indian Himalayan Region 2047, Environmental Conservation and Sustainable Economic Growth. So if we look at the Indian Himalayan regions, basically it is one of the discrete geographical and ecological entity which is diverse and complex. But at the same time, it is rich in biophysical and life support values. You look at the right-hand sides. So we have 100% of glaciers and alpine region, which is not anywhere in the country. We are basically 30% of ethnic groups. We have around 170 type of ethnic groups we have. We have 63% of the water budget, which is basically fulfilling the requirement of the Himalayan people as well as the downstreams. We have 60% of endemic plant species. We have 40% of angiosperm. We have 30% of India's forest diversity. We have 2 global biodiversity hotspots here. We have basically 351 new species in Eastern Himalaya that have been discovered over the years. So, but at the same time, if you see the left-hand side, it's a massive, diverse, and young and dynamic. Emerging, basically, Himalaya is emerging. So, therefore, it is a sensitive. If there is any change in the environment, so there is a direct influence in the Himalayan regions. And that's why it is very, very vulnerable. And if you see the vulnerability of the that Himalayan regions, so therefore, the Government of India, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, established this institute. One is a location-specific institute, J.B. Pant National Institute of Himalayan Region. So that is for the with the aim to ensure ecological and economic security of the Indian Himalayan region. This was the aims. So 3 broad objectives we have basically. 1, undertake in-depth research and development study in the environmental problems. Second, as you know, the Himalaya is rich of indigenous knowledge. So here we have to identify and strengthen the local knowledge of the environment and contribute toward the strengthening research of the regional relevance. And third, outcome of the research, whatever we are doing, evolve and demonstrate those suitable packages for the delivery system. So these are the 3 objectives here. So we are working in 3 cardinal principles of that: ecology, economy, and society. Because one domain influenced the other domain influenced the others. So we are basically maintaining the balance between the 3: ecology, economy, and society. So we are very much working on the 3 dimensions of this triangles. So these are the 4 thematic areas. So we are working in the decentralized and multidisciplinary approach we are following. So we have 4 thematic areas: water, livelihood, biodiversity, and climate change is a cross-cutting issue. So we are working on the physical, biological, and social aspect of the Himalayan regions. So we have 4 thematic center: land and water resource management, socio-economic development, biodiversity conservation and management, environmental assessment and management. So these 4 thematic issues are integrated with the regional priority through the Ladakh Regional Center, through the Himachal Regional Center, through the Garhwal Regional Center, Sikkim Regional Center, Northeast Regional Center, Mountain Division Regional Center. That is basically looking for the policy perspective of the Himalayan region. So keeping this in view, in 1992, the government of, with the guidance of Government of India, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, the GB Pant Institute have developed one action plan for Himalaya. So basically, this action plan is the guiding principle for our thematic area. Whatever research we are doing, that is guided by this action plans. So that time, recognize the urgent need for evidence-based conservation strategy. 10 thematic areas were proposed, like a water soil management, forest and forestry, energy, climate system, and you see the list of those 10 thematic areas. Those thematic areas were basically proposed that time due to the inaccessibility, marginality, and fragility of the Himalayan region. That time it was said that Himalaya is inaccessible, Himalaya is a marginal, and Himalayan is a very fragile. But if you see in the current context, whether the Himalaya is inaccessible, when we have all other road allwhere, when we have a technology where we can we can collect the data from the 1 meter resolution. So in the present scenario, can we say Himalaya is inaccessible? If you see the marginality, so when Government of India is saying the last village is the first village. So if that is the first village, so how we can say that we are a marginal? It means we are basically improving the marginality. But at the same time, the Himalaya is very fragile. If you see the recent disasters in the Himalayan regions, so it is basically indicating that the Himalaya is fragile. And that is, if we are reducing the inaccessibility, it means there are more developmental work. So that developmental work lead to the fragility of the Himalayan region. So here we need to redefine those inaccessibility, marginality, and fragility in the current scenario. So this is basically not only that discussed in such type of forum, but at the highest level, when Prime Minister Modi, Honorable Prime Minister Modi said that every state has its strength and share of the problem, and special focus must be given to developmental needs of various regions, including the Himalayan regions. It means whenever we are thinking for the development, we should take the different perspective for the Himalayan region. So same policies and methods cannot be applied in the mountains. It means we cannot see whole country in the similar lens. We have to change our lenses when we are planning for the Himalayan region. So considering to these 10 thematic areas which we have proposed in 1992 action plans, so what progression and what challenges we have faced, what progression we have made, what challenges we have faced. Considering this, we had analyzed the 1992 action plan, and this slide captures basically the cyclic journey of the environmental sustainability from assessment to actions. What actions we have taken, what assessment we have done, and what challenges we have faced, and what solution basically we provided. This one. And these action priorities basically underpinning every phase in the 3 cross-cutting issues. And gender equality is a integral part of those thematic areas, climate change and socio-economic equity. So this is one of the action plan and one of the thematic areas, water and soil management. And that was basically proposed that time, the spring and watershed rejuvenation, soil fertility improvement, and erosion control. Basically, the 3 keywords they have given, so they are the integral part of the Himalayan region. So if you see the action plan, 3 recommendations they have given and major schemes. So there is so much progression after the 1992. So many plans and so many schemes and so many initiatives have been implemented. But in spite of the fact, there are a critical gap at the national level, at a Himalayan specific issue. If you see, 20% of land is degraded in the Indian Himalayan region. That is one of the major issues. 60% of springs are drying up. So that is another major issue. And springs are the lifeline of the Himalayan people. So in such condition, we need what type of approaches we have to follow, what type of action plan we have to make so that we can basically address those issues. Another that thematic area, that is a forest and forestry. And basically that thematic area was proposed to stop deforestation and promote sustainable forest use. So, but in the current scenario, whether we are using the forest as sustainably, we need to think about that. Approximate 40% of the forest are open forest, and that is a very good indicator that forests are degrading very fast. Over exploitation is there. So, what approaches should we follow for management of the forest and forestry? In spite of the fact there is a much progression. National Afforestation Program has been launched, Green India Mission has been launched, and so many initiatives have been implemented. Third, that is a biodiversity and conservation. This is one of the important thematic areas. When in 1992 our directors have been proposed, that is inventory, conserve and sustainably utilize Himalayan biodiversity, and develop genetic resources and database. So Action Plan 1992 say that regional biodiversity research and protection should be in the forefront. But whether we are doing, National Biodiversity Act has come, BMC, PBRs have been implemented, National State Biodiversity Action Plans have been implemented, Mission on Himalayan Study has been launched and implemented, Transboundary Biodiversity Corridors have been developed, protected areas biosphere has been basically established. But in spite of the fact there is a critical gap of the habitat fragmentation, climate change impact, invasive species. And that time there was no thinking of the invasive species. But now it is a very big issue of invasive species are proliferating all across the Himalayan region. So in such condition, basically, we need to revise, update our action plans, and we in the current scenario. Next, that was a tourism. Tourism was another basically thematic area where we have to think that how to promote ecotourism, cultural and adventure tourism linked to the conservation and livelihood. And tourism is one of the major source of livelihood in the Himalayan region. But in the present conditions, where we are looking for the carrying capacity, the tourism is under the limitation of the carrying capacity, but it is going beyond the over tourism pressures, and Himalayas become fragile. So such a type of issue basically we need to deliberate within this 3-day conclaves, and we have to think for update our action plan of 1992, keeping in view of the emerging challenges and emerging issues in the Himalayan region. And similar in the agriculture and farming systems. So we are basically eroding the traditional knowledge, traditional variety we are losing every day. We are coming up with the hybrids and new varieties. So whether they are suitable for the Himalayan regions, whether they are basically adapting our Himalayan conditions. So here also we need to think how we can basically conserve one side our traditional variety, our millets, and how to basically introduce new variety which are suitable to the Himalayan region. So Himalayan action plans should be seen in this perspective. Management and natural hazards was another thematic area where we need to focus on the how to strengthen disaster awareness and climate studies. Because if you see the recent disasters, so this become one of the important thematic areas for the discussion and for developing some action plans. So again, there are so many critical gaps in this area where we need to think of. So if you look at those scenarios, some of the basically thematic areas I have presented, but another I can not keeping in view the time constraints, I am not presenting. But what could be the critical interdisciplinary knowledge gaps, and what should be the plan basically? So 3 gaps we have proposed that there is a limitation of the skills. We have a pilot scale data, we have a pilot scale assessment, but we are very much lacking with the comprehensive plans for the Himalayan perspective for the regional understanding. So that type of research we need so that we can basically come up with the pan-Himalayan perspective for the different pilot, different researches, whatever we have done. Knowledge, data scarcity, and sharing mechanism, we are basically completely lacking. We have a data that is in scattered form. We do not have a complete database in the Himalayan region. And most importantly, we are working in the silos. We do not have any sharing mechanism for those data. So long-term data sets are needed across all the sectors and limited sharing mechanism that need to be improved. Third, that gap is that is climate integration. So our data, our research, each and every research that should be integrated with the climate perspective, considering this is the new emerging scenario where we can integrate all our researches with the climate, and that research should be the adaptive solution required for that. So this is a basically plan that we have developed. We need to develop a strategic vision for sustainable growth in the IHR. We need to strengthen actions for climate resilience and biodiversity conservation. We need to promote sustainable livelihood and green economy opportunities. We should enhance policy frameworks, governance, and regional cooperations. We should mainstream gender equality and social inclusion in each and every research. And finally, we need to adopt some ecosystem-based approaches for the sustainable and resilient Himalaya. And coming to the conclave objective and expected outcomes, we are thinking for the science, policy, and practice regimes. So this conclave is basically within the science, policy, and practice regimes. So we need to do some scientific integration. We need to develop some policy framework, and we need to update our action plan of 1992. And ultimate goal is to transform Himalayan research landscape to address 21st century environmental challenges while we are supporting Viksit Bharat 2047 objectives. So this is our ultimate goal. And this is the transformation pathway for the Vision 2047, which we have proposed basically. Presently, what we are doing, we are looking for field-based solution, direct community interventions, but that need to be scaled up. And in 2030, we are thinking to evolve as a knowledge management hub, where we can go from action to advisory, from data to policy influence, and building advanced analytical capabilities. In 2047, we are thinking for the global excellence. This institute can be one of the international organization, one of the premier institute which have a policy supportive for the international recognitions. And through these, we can address some of those SDG, those 18 Sustainable Development Goals. And this is basically the different SDG, how our conclave, how our researches can meet those sustainable development goals. If you see, there are two colors, basically one color which we are already focusing on, but another color where we need, these are the emerging issues and emerging challenges after the 1992, like a carbon neutrality and disaster risk reduction. That is one. Wetland management, that is another area where we need to focus. Regional cooperation, we have to strengthen that, regional cooperations. Gender inequality and social inclusion, that is a area where we need to work hard. Connecting youth, those are for the Himalayan regions. So that is one of the important area where we have to, because they are the future for the Himalaya. We need to think for that. And mobilizing finance for conservation. So that is the another area where we, if we address those emerging priorities, we can achieve the sustainable development goals of the country. And for this, I propose two initiatives. So if all agree and we can discuss, we need to establish one Mountain Academy of Science or Himalayan Academy of Sciences. So that will give us a sustained flow of knowledge, skills, and expertise for the sustainable growth of the Himalayan. That is one of my proposal. If we can discuss on that, that will be good. Another that proposal, that is a Himalayan assessment report in line with the IPCC. So every 5 years, IPCC do some of the assessment of the global assessment for the climate change. So in that line, can we do this for the Himalayan region, Indian Himalayan region particularly? And EC mode also is doing a Hindu Kush Himalaya assessment. But for the Indian Himalayan region, if you can do that, will be good. Second, initiative I am proposing that if you can established, if you can recommend some of the committees for the updating action plan for Himalaya with the emerging challenges and align with the Viksit Bharat 2047, that will be the good. This is my proposal basically. So if we see the summary of the conclaves, so this 3 days conclave will have a 21 sessions, 5 parallel sessions, 5 plenary sessions, and 60 parallel sessions. So we have experts from 75 organizations all across the Himalayan region. We have a representative from 13 Himalayan states, including UTs. We have experts from international organizations like ECMODS, Kathmandu, IUCN, UNDP, VIJA, that UNEP. We have more than 200 experts in there. And we have 19 collaborators. They are supporting our event. So thank you so much. Thank you for your presence here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for setting the context of Himalayan conclave. Now it's time for opening remarks from our distinguished guest. First, I would like to invite Dr. Lakshmikant sir, Director, ICR Vikas Almora, to address the gathering.
Thank you very much. Namaste to all. Honorable Chief Guest of this function, special guest, our veteran Dr. S.P. Singh sir, all the dignitaries, distinguished scientists, participants from international organization. I see many dignitaries are present here. Policymakers, representatives from civil society, members of academic community, staff of Day-1 National Institute for Himalayan Environment, delegates, press and media. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. And I feel it is a great privilege to be here in this Himalayan Conclave 2025. We have just seen the presentation from Honorable Director. It is a gathering of dedicated people who are shaping the future of one of the world's most ecologically sensitive and strategically very vital region, that is Indian Himalayan region. Already a lot of data has been presented by Dr. Bhatt sir. And if we look at the Indian Himalayan region, it includes 13 states. The geographical area covers 16.2% of area of India, and population is almost around 4.6 crores. And out of this 4.6 crores, 70% is lives in rural area. And it sustains almost 4% of country's population. There are 2 mega biodiversity spots in Indian Himalayan region. That is very important. But if we look at the net zone area in these 2 distinct Himalayan region, that is northwest where we are sitting at present, and then another one is northeast Himalayan region. The trends are very alarming. In the northwestern area, the net sown area is declining very sharply, and that too particularly in Uttarakhand, it has gone down. Whereas the northeast area, it is increasing, except Tripura, it is increasing trend. So we have to think how to sustain under such conditions, particularly northwest Himalayan region, when we look at it. I like this title which they have kept, that is environmental conservation and sustainable socio-economic growth. Very well thought title. And if we really look at it, we find that we are at crossroads right now. We have a sustainable development goals on one side. If we look at no poverty, zero hunger, climate action, gender equality, these are very important when we talk about Indian Himalayan region. On the other side, when we look at the centenary of India's independence in 2047, which Honorable Prime Minister has given a vision of Viksit Bharat 2047, this conclaves make a very critical moment to reflect its re-envision and recommitment of ourselves to the twin goals of environmental conservation and sustainable economy, socio-economic growth. And this point of time is very important when we are relooking at the action plan of 1992. Just few days back, this very state has made 25 years of, we have celebrated 25 years of its existence. And when we look back, it is a really eye-opener where we are here. And we need to really think whether we want to be here or we want to be thought of having somewhere else. As Himalayan people, we all know that Himalayas has different difficulties. To add this, the climate change has come very severely. Then we are seeing all around very unplanned development, which has really given a threat to the livelihood of the people and day-to-day life. Then migration, we have been talking, but we have to look at migration at both the angles. And then the infrastructure development, expansion. So I think we cannot think of Viksit Bharat 2047 without thinking of Viksit Himalayas, the Indian Himalayan region in 2047. Because you see, this is a very rich region in terms of we are the water tower. All the water goes from here. All the Indo-Gangetic plains which you are seeing, which is very fertile land of the country, all the nutrients they go from this region. So it is very important to think about the sustainable development of Indian Himalayan region. Problems are many. The problems are like the heights of the peaks of Indian Himalayan region. But I look at a different angle and I think the opportunities are also very tall. The socio-economic development of this region is very important. As I said, this is a huge biodiversity exists here. And you see, now there is a different class of consumer is there. Whenever you go, earlier, for example, wheat, we were fond of amber colors wheat. Now people are going for red color, which we refused to take when it came under PL 480 from America. Black color, people are crazy about this. Black rice, red rice, what not. So there is a class of consumer which gives a opportunity for this region people, because this hosts a lot of biodiversity. And you see, now some enthusiastic people, if you find बिच्छू घास, कोई देखता भी नहीं था उसकी तरफ को. If you find 150 grams or 100 grams, you will find, if you just look at Amazon, the nettle tea you will find around 300-400 rupees or even more. And you see, we just this season we have a lot of news about kaffal tea. And you see, we have the opportunity. What is the here which cannot be used as a tea? So huge opportunity is there. Then another advantage is chemical-free food. Now people are very conscious about their health. So that is another big opportunity. Different kind of mushrooms, different kind of flowers, and ecotourism. And the biggest opportunity is this region is blessed because we can grow what others cannot grow. So there is ample opportunity to improve the socio-economic conditions of the inhabitants of Indian Himalayan region. And then we have traditional agri-food system, which nowadays there is a class which are wherever they come, they will not like your dal bhat. They will say, what is your traditional food? So this is another opportunity. But when we are discussing this, then we have to question whether we are really serious about sustainable socio-economic development. And if we see a big no is there. We are going for development, but not for sustainable socio-economic development. In this regard, this conclave is very timely, and I congratulate director and the members of NIHE, because as I said, we have completed 25 years of this state. And then another thing is, we are at the verge of starting a new plan. So this is very timely opportunity where we can rethink and then redesign our programs in the new plan. So let us deliberate in all these 3 days and make a very clear-cut recommendations. We should concentrate on science-based development strategies for enhancing the profitability of the inhabitants of this Indian Himalayan region, particularly those people who are dependent on the natural resources of this very region. We really think we have to think whether development at what cost, what we are getting and what we are losing. We should have a balance sheet on this. Then migration, we talk in every meeting. So there is a talk about migration, but now there is a time to think more about inward migration rather than outward migration. Last couple of years, we have seen how this inward migration had made the life of the hill people very miserable. So we need to really have a policy on this, how to manage this. This is a big question. Then a lot of indigenous traditional knowledge, my good friend Dr. Bhatt has already mentioned about it. It is a very apt time to really document that and scientifically validate and protect it. And as Dr. Bhatt has shown that how much forest area we are maintaining here, how much conservation we are doing, but at what cost, what we are getting in return. So there is a time now, you see, there is no free lunch. So this community should be paid back for that conservation practices. And can we give a recommendation from here that every development project, without the clearance from scientific angle, it should not be passed. Can we really implement this? This is a bigger question. Otherwise, you see, we are facing the consequences everywhere. And we really need to have blue and green economies in our conversation. And holistic planning is required. As Dr. Bhatt has mentioned, this is not a time to work in silos. We have to come together. And you see, I was just thinking this is ABCD is really very applicable for Indian Himalayan region. A is ample, B is biodiversity, C is conservation, and D is development. So you see here also conservation is coming before the development. And a collaborative approach is really required. And once we give this recommendation, we really have to think as a civil society also how to make the government machinery responsible for implementing it. You see, a lot of good schemes has been shown by Dr. Bhatt, but when we go on the other part of implementation of it, you see how poorly they are implemented. So this is a time for collaboration and move in a collaborative way, but in a sustainable way. We have to think, as Mahatma Gandhi has said, that Mother Earth has enough to feed everyone's need, but not the greed. And I will go back to Rigveda, who says, Sangachadam samvadadham samvo manasi jantam eva bhagam yatha purve sanjana upaste. So this is the time for collaboration, and in a collaborative way. Not only science, policymaker has to be there, and the implementation machinery has to be together. Then only we can think of sustainable socio-economic development, which is very much required for the Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting different issues and challenges of IHR, which needs to be considered to achieve Viksit Bharat 2047. May I now request Professor Satpal Singh Bish, sir, Vice Chancellor, Soban Singh Jina University, Almora, to share his thought with the gathering.
Honorable Chief Guest of this event, Namita Ma'am, Joint Secretary, Government of India, our all-time great teacher, philosopher, scientist and mentor, Professor S.P. Singh, former Vice Chancellor, HNB Garhwal University, Vice Chancellor, Ladakh University, Director of the Institute, Mr. Dr. Bhatt, Director, Webcast, Dr. Lakshmi Kanji, and all other great signatures from the national and international institutes of this country, all participants. Definitely we are much short of time now, and we have to hear few more big signatures, big names, Vice Chancellor from Ladakh and our teacher, Professor S.P. Singh. So I'll not take much of your time, but definitely as a teacher, sometimes I really feel bad. Sometimes as a researcher also I feel bad. For last 25 to 30 or 40 year odd, we are talking of different problems. Most of the problems, if not 100%, 75% of the problems have been already identified by the scientists of the respective areas. Then when we'll come up with the solutions or alternatives, if there are certain solutions, certain alternatives, and certain other plans, partially they have been shared by the technocrats, scientists, educationists, and philosophers. But the action plans never turned into real action. As a teacher, I feel bad. We are very excellent. Indians are, we are very excellent in making terminological uses and slogans. But how many slogans have been justified in the recent past or the decades together? So we need to understand slogans are really very nice to hear, but slogans are very tough to execute. So we need to learn executing the slogans too. This is one. Second thing, as far as concerned Himalaya, because I'm a Highlander by birth and Highlander by practice and Highlander by living. And I feel being a Highlander, and our problems of Highlanders are already identified, and our habitat is where we are well acclimatized to Himalayas. We have no problem like other European Highlanders. We are also equally acclimatized to Himalayas. We know the problem, we know the solution traditionally. But how long and how far we have been allowed and helped to sustain and retain such type of strengths. I'll quickly go through when I was a student of BSc, first time we have been taught by our teacher related to ecology of Himalayas, and the topic was the construction at Mussoorie. I was a graduate student, and my teacher, Professor T.S. Gill, who is right now in US as a lifetime professor, he taught that class, and he described how poor urban planning has started in the Mussoorie area. We talk of sustainable development. Could you tell me any single person that anywhere in Himalayan region, have you seen any construction which is made by, approved by the technically or 100% approved by the geologist or the urban planners? No, wherever we need, wherever you think there's a ground for us, we start constructing the houses. Then how we will sustain, how we'll retain that land, how we'll take care of that particular land. And if at all you are doing the construction, it is not always that only construction should be only cement or concrete. There are alternatives. In Northeast, because I have been in Northeast also, a lot of constructions are wooden construction. Because Europe, most of the European cottages are the wooden or semi-wooden or synthetic they are doing. It is not like that we will 4-story or 5-story buildings you will erect in the Himalayas. So where are the policy planners? Where are the policy makers? So these are the certain bitter truths, and we have to accept it. Without accepting all these bitter truths, we cannot move ahead. If at all we will move ahead, that will not lead to anywhere. That will not go anywhere. As a geologist, as a biologist, or some sort of a biotechnologist, I have certain issues. I'll quickly finish it. We, as I said, we talk a lot of things about terminology and slogans. When a lot of tourists started coming to Himalayas and all that, people said, "Oh, they are not tourists. That is a spiritual tourism. That is not exactly tourism." So we are not looking for in that area spiritual tourism or over exploitation over tourism by dropping themselves with the helicopters on the temple sites. Is that is spiritual tourism? If you are really here, please do. We welcome whole global, all country people and the people from the globe for the pilgrimage. There's a difference between spiritual tourism and pilgrimage. If you are here for pilgrimage, you are not going to harm anything. But if you are here for the spiritual tourism, you are adversely affecting the ecology of Himalayan region. That is my personal opinion. People may agree or may not agree with me. Second, I have studied many, because it is always being learning to visit this institute, because I know many people here. In fact, more than Rajan are the student of Professor especially sitting in this hall. So I always come to this institute to attend many events. To be very honest, I have not seen in the recent past any study in Himalayan region regarding natural, environmental, or ecological engineers, right from invertebrates to vertebrates. No such effective study on pollinator insects or other seed and seed dispersal animals and seed germination effects based on forest fire or the vertebrates, especially birds. Avian fauna studies is not there, and the apes are the best seed dispersal animals in the Himalayan region. So we need to identify our areas again for the solution and excel on that only. Collect the data, integrate the data, analyze the data, then only we should come with the conclusion. It is not always wise to jump to the conclusion without any factual collection of the data. And like similar sites are there, only people say, sometimes people say Gujarat model is very good, Sikkim model is very good. We identify very quickly. Each and every specific place needs its own model. You cannot adopt any model as such. You can take some inputs from a particular model, but you cannot adopt any model for any particular place. And Himalayan region is not only Himalayan region, it has got plain areas also. So we need to understand before coming up to a particular model that is good for Uttarakhand. So we need to take, and as far as concerned to this conclave, I congratulate director and the team for organizing the wonderful event. This is one, and truly speaking, it is title is really wonderful as far as concerned to Himalayan region, as far as the Highlanders. But at the same time, I have a very humble request to the director of this institute. When we do and organize such conclaves, such international national conferences, the outcome of that particular conference should be a document that is useful for teaching and learning. Until and unless it is not giving you at the end of the day, the document is not a teaching material, not a learning material. I think we are wasting the time of such great scientists, because they are here to deliver certain specific things, they're sharing their knowledge. If their knowledge is not well documented and shared and published in the society and the academic institutions, then that's a waste of, I personally feel, the wastage of great people time, because they have come all the way from IITs, ISCs, other places. So that needs to be properly documented, edited, and finally it should be circulated. And I personally request you, kindly send me a few copies. And if you are if any cost is there involved in that only, I'll pay from the university, and I would like to distribute such copies to my students. I'll try to keep in the laboratories and libraries also, so that the students should know that what is the exactly scenario of Himalayan region. Thank you very much for inviting me.
Thank you so much, sir, for your suggestion and thought-provoking, energetic address. May I now request Professor Saket Kushwaha, sir, Vice Chancellor, University of Ladakh, to address the audience.
Namaskar. My sincere greetings to the audience here. Let me come back to the protocol. I extend my warm greetings to the chief guest of our function today, none other than Namita Prasadji, Joint Secretary, MOEF and CC, Government of India. Here we have our director of this institute, Dr. I.D. Bhatt Sahab. Thank you for giving me the chance, and it is good that we are doing this thing, this particular function. My sincere greeting to the teachers of all the teachers. Mr. Spacing sir, namaskar sir. Together with us here we have Honorable Vice Chancellor SPS Bis Sahab, Vice Chancellor SSJ University Almora. We also have the Director of ICR, Dr. Lakshmi Kant Sahab, other scientists, my colleague, my seniors, the young friends here, media fellow, and all those who are worrying themselves about the studies in Himalaya. I'm very happy that we are here. Once again, my greetings, Sat Sri Akal, Namaskar, good morning, Julie. Let me tell you my feeling about the whole thing, that first of all, this effort is very novel effort, and Dr. Director Sahab, once again from this platform, I'm giving you my support, that whatever issues you are bringing up, we support you fully, but we have to thresh it in these 3 days' time. We are talking about all the anthropogenic activities which we are now addressing here, but sometimes we have to give another thought, that there are some anthropogenic activities which are not directly involving Himalaya, exogenous and endogenous factors I'm talking about. Last week, I wrote a little newspaper article about the issue of, this is important for us. On one hand, we are trying to pay attention towards this, that how to save Himalaya, how to save, contain the global warming. But on the other hand, there are some exogenous factors which we have forgotten. You have to recall your one feeling that for last 2 years there is a fight going on somewhere. How much carbon emission is taking place over there? How much radiation is there? How much testing we are doing? That is why that article I wrote about the missile, which is now one of our neighboring country, one of our neighbor. It is not good for me to bring the name of the country, but they are using the nuclear fuel in the missile, and they are also having some nuclear warhead. Now, issue is that after a certain time, maybe in down the line in 1 year or maybe in 2 years, most of the countries will be now using the same technology, and they will be using some nuclear missile in the environment. Now, how to bring them back? After certain years, maybe 20 years, 30 years down the line, there will be need for us to bring them down. And there's no technology for us to bring them down. There's a technology for us to take them up, but there's no technology to bring them down. So there will be problem. Likewise, how much test we are doing, how much radiation emission we are creating, and how it is going to threaten our Himalaya. This is one thing. Second thing is that I think one of the colleague from Jammu Kashmir, he is here. Yesterday night we were taking on that dinner table. Then I was happy that he said that nowadays demands are not governed by needs. Many of the demands which we have in hand now, they are not the necessity, they are not the necessary requirement in our life. So those demands are artificial or cosmetic demands which we have in the system, and they are creating a serious threat. So there's a need for us to do some research in that area also. I'm also trying to collect some data that how many kind of for Viksit Bharat 2047, in how many areas we need little attention. So there's need for our younger, Yuva Sathi, the young scientists who are here, to take some food for thought, that apart from direct involvement of human being and anthropogenic activities which are destroying the Himalayan ecosystem, there are some other activities where we have to contain ourselves. We have to learn how to contain our needs and demands. Those kind of things are there. Dr. Lakshmi Kant was very clear about, he was talking about green and blue economy. I remember my interaction with Dr. Gunter Pauly. If you know that, many of you might have heard about his name. Dr. Gunter Pauly gave the concept of blue economy. And he, when I was working with him on ZERI concept, Zero Emission Research Initiative concept, then I learned that we have to also develop some of the technologies which are regenerative. All the green technologies are not regenerative. They might create a little waste. That waste can be converted into wealth. That concept has to be brought in our system at the childhood level. All these, I think one of the Honorable VC was also talking about this slogan and other thing. I am happy that we are thinking in this line, that all this slogan has to be like translating the actual thought in the childhood level. Our school education has to be changed seriously, and all these concepts which have created the threat in the system, it needs the attention of our younger ones from the school level. So I think there's a need for us to think in this line also. There are some areas which I have just told you that how we can think about having a peace in this world, and this is also creating a threat. The nuclear test and all other things. There are some sensitive issues. Madam Namita is here, our Joint Secretary. Then I will not talk from this platform, but I'm going to write a small note for Madam to take to Home Ministry. I'm also writing to the Home Ministry from my side also, that there's need for us to understand that dynamics also, and the role of India in that dynamics. Thank you very much for giving me a chance. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. I now invite Professor S.P. Singh, sir, former Vice Chancellor, Himwati Nandan Bahuguna Garhwal University, for his address.
No, one.
Okay.
The session. Madam Namita Prasad and other distinguished scientists on dais and in the room. I must congratulate Dr. Bhatt not only for organizing this major event, but as Madam pointed to me, that there are many young people here. The composition of room hall is quite encouraging. So I think he made about 75 organizations, if I'm correct, involved in this whole thing. If we can really manage to allow all of them to express, it would be really major gain. 75 is a big number for any place. So that should be one of the important points, that how to manage all the 75 to express in some way, in an effective way. I have to give a plenary talk, so I'm not going to take a long time. I would just make a few points. When we talk about Himalaya, we should always keep in mind the mountain-specific issues. The specificity of Himalaya should be in mind. There are many issues which are global, which can be India level. But say, for example, you say that Himalaya means we only glacier is a Himalayan specific issue. Only Himalaya has glacier as far as India is concerned. Or we can say that geological fragility, young mountains is still rising and say vulnerable to landslides and landslips even without human being. That's the nature of the mountains. That should be kept in mind. Similarly, geologists say that it is not one unit. It's a outer Himalaya means you have shivaliks, you have physiographically, you have lesser Himalaya, greater Himalaya. All of them behave differently. I know Kashmir climate, if you look at that more deeply, then it's very different from even Uttarakhand and Himachal to an extent. Then only India has two eastern and western Himalaya, which are very different in terms of species diversity, culture, and so on. So that India is that very special. Only India has two types of Himalaya, that very eastern and western. So we should keep all those factors in mind. And limit our say ideas or knowledge to Himalaya specific things. For example, I would say that for many areas like I was recently I'm involved in a project which is dealing with this say inner Himalayan ranges. Then I realized that inner Himalayan ranges means cold and dry, and they have apple as a major crop. They could be. So the economy in case of Himachal, it has changed, the whole economy of a state. But it didn't change in case of Kashmir, though Kashmir produces more apple than Himachal, much more than Himachal. But everybody knows about, say, Kashmir, that Himachal is known for apple, not Kashmir today. So these are some of the problems which I thought that when we think about, say, Himalaya, the specificity should be always in mind to discuss, and then or there are many other things which can be applicable to any other places also. I could not find, say, Dr. Bhatt. Now they're saying 2047 means more people living in the cities than in rural areas, even in mountains. So urban, especially urban ecosystem services, they are using the term. More journals and more publications have come in recent years. If you look at the ecology on this issue, the urban ecosystem services and how to manage them sustainably. And mountains are, in a way, they have more difficult time as far as urban system is concerned, managing urban areas are concerned. And then clearly, when you say 2047, you have something in mind by, say, 2 decades or something like that. And by after 2 decades, in India even in India, more people are going to live in mountains, in cities than rural areas. So that should be always kept in mind. And particularly in mountains,
tourism is associated with the rural area, urban areas. It's almost all cities have some kind of tourism. And as Dr. Satpal said, that he's against some of the things which is happening, means exceeding the level of carrying capacity of most cities. And he must be suffering a lot when he lived in Nainital. I left Nainital because after staying for 50 years, and I had come from Dehradun to Nainital because I could not live without Nainital. Then I realized that you can't live. It is insulting to live in Nainital because you can't walk now. So many things have been done on the cost of local people just to say that tourism fetches money. So we need to really consider the sustainability issue, and then the water, also all those factors of the urban areas should be also given importance. Networking is one thing which has been used very, very often in the world, and we think that yes, without that you can't do really. You need a kind of data. If you see the number of publications, if you have more numbers, then you are more likely to get that paper published. The authorship, the network, and all those factors. The problem I was analyzing recently, I'm going to publish a paper on networking globally. And what we realize is that, say, the developed countries are networking among themselves, involving their own areas only, their problems, and developing countries are left out of that orbit. So I thought that there should be some mechanism to have a better interaction or better networking, not only among the Himalayan countries, but also those countries which are interested in Himalaya and doing research in Himalaya. So I would say that Dr. I.D. Bhatt's point, going for academy, rooted in India, but having memberships from all the other countries which are interested in India. In Indian Himalayan region. So, for example, INSA has a membership from foreign membership from other countries also. So to take advantage of a better science from other areas should be one of the objectives. And to do that, because we have, say, we have been working for 30, 40 years without not much really progress as far as development or say understanding the Himalayan systems are concerned. So when you talk about academy, I remember that there was secretaries, Mr. Mishra, and I had raised this point and he agreed, why can't it be? So in our culture, there's one problem that people don't refer to someone who has said something earlier. So I just want to say that I had said it about 5, 6 years. I've been writing it about this. And then when Dr. Rao was director, it was almost done. Then he suddenly passed away. So my submission is that if a ministry can support, without you, we can't really have all these things. Then at least with the Nepal and the scientists, and then maybe others, like I say, who are Europeans or AIL Himalaya and all those people who are interested in doing research, why not to take advantage through academy? So this academy should not be like INSA, it should be more active, more participatory, and more day-to-day working should be involved. So I thought that since I have to say, give a friendly talk in which all these things involve many things. So I stop here because the time given to me was 10 minutes here. Even I think I might have taken 8 or 9 minutes. So thank you so much for allowing me to share some things. One point I also mentioned, everybody's saying that you're my teacher, pioneer. I'm still continuing. That gives the message that I used to do some work. So I used to do some work and knew something at that time and it started. I appreciate, I'm saying you're so much say appreciative of my whatever I did, but I want to really make one correction that I still continue.
Thank you so much, sir, for very insightful and inspiring address. आप हमारे लिए प्रेरणा स्रोत है. It is now my privilege to invite our chief guest, Ms. Namita Prasad ma'am, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, to deliver the inaugural address.
Because I will not be visible.
Yeah.
इसको नीचे आ सकते हैं? इसको
Just see.
people can't see me. Doesn't matter. So a very good morning to everyone, all distinguished scientists, scholars, and everyone joining us today. And I do hope you all can see me here. It's a great privilege and honor for me to inaugurate the Himalayan Conclave 2025 at the serene campus of the GB Pant National Institute of Himalayan Environment at Almora. This conclave brings together some of the finest minds in our country, the scientists, researchers, policymakers, and practitioners, all united by a common cause, the sustainable development and conservation of our great Himalayan region. When the Government of India established the GB Pant National Institute of Himalayan Environment in 1988, it did so with great hope and foresight to create a national institution that would serve as a scientific and policy backbone for sustainable mountain development. Over the years, the Institute has with great vigor fulfilled this mandate. Through its thematic research programs and network of regional centers spread across the Indian Himalayan region, the Institute has been tirelessly serving the people, ecosystems, and future of the Himalayas. The Indian Himalayan region, spanning 11 states and 2 union territories, provides critical ecosystem services by regulating climate, conserving biodiversity, and sustaining livelihoods. Yet, this unique and fragile ecosystem faces great challenges from anthropogenic pressures and demographic changes, all of which are exacerbated by climate change. Climate change, biodiversity loss, land degradation, and water scarcity strain ecosystems and livelihoods, while poverty, migration, and disasters deepen this region's vulnerability. It's a great concern that in recent times, the Himalayan region's vulnerability has even deepened with extreme weather, increase in natural disasters, and the accelerated loss of biodiversity. The Government of India has taken several proactive measures to address the threats facing the Himalayan region, particularly through dedicated missions like the National Mission on Himalayan Studies and the National Mission for Sustaining the Himalayan Ecosystem. These initiatives embody the Government of India's commitment to safeguarding the Himalayas as a vital, ecological, cultural, and economic heritage. GB Pant's role in implementing these programs through rigorous science, field action, and community partnerships exemplifies how research can translate into meaningful change on the ground. This 3-day Himalayan Conclave is a timely initiative to shape the strategic roadmap for the Indian Himalayan region by 2047. The discussions, insights, recommendations that will emerge from this gathering will be instrumental in guiding future research priorities, policy directions, and development strategies for the Indian Himalayan region. As India advances towards Viksit Bharat at 2047, it is imperative that the outcomes of this conclave inform national and state level frameworks to ensure that ecological integrity and socio-economic progress grow hand in hand. I'm confident that this event will successfully fulfill its purpose of coming up with new initiatives for tackling the challenges facing the Himalayas. I congratulate the director in charge, Dr. I.D. Bhatt, and his team for organizing this conclave at this scale and greatly appreciate this valuable and proactive step to employ a scientific approach and to ensure stakeholder support to address various challenges faced by the Himalayan regions. I particularly want to draw your attention to the ideas proposed by Dr. Bhatt. Integration is need of the hour, a need to integrate the efforts of people across institutions into a common database or a pool of information about various issues like biodiversity, about agriculture, about communication strategies, about livelihood initiatives. So all ideas can be seen, adopted, and inputs provided for policy. We are already building one on biodiversity through the National Mission on Himalayan Studies and would urge everyone to contribute to this. Also, it is time to debate about having something similar to the IPCC reports, which Dr. Bhatt also had proposed on similar lines, but devoted solely to the Indian Himalayan region, and the researchers could be across anybody who's working in the Indian Himalayan region, and like Dr. Singh said, not particularly restricted to only Indians, but a vibrant community of people who come out with these reports because the IPCC reports do not reflect the Indian conditions. And maybe something like this initiative could be a very valuable step forward in actually bringing the real science to the forefront about the challenges which are facing the Indian Himalayan region. So over the next 3 days, I look forward to hearing all your perspectives, learning from your deliberations, and being enlightened by the collective vision. It is indeed a great privilege for me to be here among all the luminaries who've been working in this field for so long. And let the collective wisdom, which is represented by all of you all, and collaboration across institutions, inspire confidence that our efforts today will shape a resilient and a prosperous Himalayan future. I conclude by wishing all success to this conclave. Thank you so much, and Jai Hind.
Thank you, ma'am, for insightful and inspiring address. Your guidance will definitely shape our deliberation. Moving ahead to the next segment of today's program, the book release. First is the abstract book of this Himalayan Conclave 2025. First book is the abstract book of this Himalayan Conclave 2025. Second is a newsletter. More Expressions is not just a newsletter, it is a reflection of the spirit that drives mountain research at NIHE. It brings to light the unseen side of our field work, the experience, inspirations, and creative impressions that often remain outside formal scientific papers. Presented here at the Himalayan Conclave 2025, this issue celebrates those human and emotional dimensions of science where observation meets imagination. Thank you. We now proceed with the felicitation of our distinguished guests. May I request Director of the Institute, Dr. I.D. Bhatt sir, to kindly come forward to felicitate our esteemed guests. Ms. Namita Prasad ma'am. Professor S.P. Singh sir. Professor Saket Khushwaha sir. Professor Satpal Singh Bish, sir. Dr. Lakshmikant, sir. Thank you, sir. We are truly privileged to have you all with us. With this, we conclude the felicitation ceremony and once again extend our warm gratitude to all the dignitaries for their valuable presence. I now request Engineer R.K. Singh, sir, to propose the vote of thanks.
Thank you. Good morning once again to all of you. Namaskar to all the delegates, participants present here in this seminar hall and the participants who have joined virtually. Now we are at the end of this inaugural session, and it's my privilege and honor to deliver the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion of the Himalayan Conclave. On behalf of the Institute, I extend our heartfelt gratitude and sincere thanks to our today's chief guest, Ma'am Namita Prasad ji, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of India, for gracing the occasion with their inspiring presence and for sharing such valuable, insightful on the future of the Himalayan sustainable mountain development. We are deeply grateful to our today's special guest, Professor S.P. Singh ji, who is a mentor of the Institute. Thank you so much, sir, for continuous support and guidance to the Institute. And I extend our deeply thanks to Dr. Lakshmikant ji, Director, Vivekanand Parvatiya Krishi Anusandhan Sansthan, Professor S.P.S. Bish ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, SSJ University, Almora, Professor Sakib Kushwaha ji, Honorable Vice Chancellor, University of Ladakh, for their valuable, insightful, and encouragement. Your words have set a clear vision of our shared responsibility to protect and preserve the Himalayan ecosystem and sustainable socio-economic development. We also extend our sincere thanks to our invited speakers from different parts of the India IHR, panelists and experts who have spared their valuable time for this event and going to enrich us with their knowledge, research, and thoughtful, provoking discussion during the different thematic session of the conclave during coming 3 days. We are also thankful to our partner, sponsor, institutional supporters for their support and commitment to this noble cause. Definitely your support has made this event possible. Thank you so much to all of you. We thank to our delegates and participants from across the Himalayan state and beyond. The spirit of collaboration you brought to this conclave is what will keep this momentum alive long after today. So thank you so much, all of you. We also extend our gratitude and thanks to our director in charge, Dr. I.D. Bhattji, for their vision, direction, and valuable suggestion to organize this Himalayan conclave. Thank you so much, sir. We also thanks to the organizing team of this Himalayan conclave, my fellow colleagues, scientists, researchers, volunteers, administration, and finance staff, daily workers who work tirelessly behind the scene and to ensure the grand success of the event. Thank you so much, all of you. We also thanks to the representative from the print and electronic media for such a nice and wonderful coverage of the Himalayan conclave. I once again express my deepest gratitude and thanks to everyone present here for making the inaugural session of the Himalayan Conclave a memorable and meaningful one. Thank you once again to all of you. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. The plenary session 1 on the Indian Himalayan Region 2047 prospects and challenges on the pathways to Viksit Bharat
will commence shortly in the seminar hall. All of you are requested for a group photograph in front of the library. We now break for high tea and networking and interaction. Thank you.
Here is one more announcement. So we have to inaugurate this stall in this near to Haiti.
Namaste and very good afternoon to one and all. Once again, welcome to the Himalayan Conclave 2025. We are now starting with our technical session, and first among them is the plenary session, which is the lecture is being delivered by Professor S.P. Singh sir. And to chair this session, I invite Honorable Joint Secretary, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Ms. Namita Madam, to kindly chair this session. And we have distinguished speaker for this plenary session. And to take this session, commence this session forward, I would like to invite Dr. I.T. Bhatt sir, who is moderator of this session, and also introduce the speaker to all of us. Sir, over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Rajesh. And it is my proud privilege to introduce Professor S.P. Singh sir. So introduction की वैसे जरूरत है नहीं, लेकिन फिर भी this is basically a formal introduction. So Professor S.P. Singh sir, a distinguished forest ecologist and fellow of the National Academy of Sciences, is one of the India's most recognized experts in the field of ecology. He served as a Vice Chancellor of H.N.B. Garhwal University from 2005 to 2008 and headed the ecological group at Kumaon University for over 20 years. Professor Singh's extensive research focuses on Himalayan vegetations, encompassing both terrestrial and aquatic ecosystem, with a major emphasis on forest ecosystem, processes in applying ecological solutions to environmental challenges. He has published over 200 papers in reputed national and international journals and has contributed significantly to developing broader ecological generalizations and theories using data from the diverse forest ecosystem of the Himalaya. So today we are fortunate enough to listen to such a luminary in the field, and his talk will set the context of the Himalaya 2047 pathway. So the title of his talk is the Indian Himalayan region in 2047. How we will look the Indian Himalayan 2047. Prospects and challenges on the pathway to Viksit Bharat. So welcome, sir. Thank you so much.
We were talking about, say, that people from 75 different organizations have come. One point which emerged was that it's partly because of the warmth and simplicity of the director and the institute as a whole, which has really, that reflects on that. When making this presentation, I think I have been given 60 minutes. Acha, ठीक है. So the point is that you all know Hindu Kush Himalaya is a huge system. In China, they use the word third pole. It has so many people are affected by it. When we talk about Himalaya, we should also talk with the connected plains, where live some 2 billion people. Then we have our Himalaya, Indian Himalayan region, which is again connected with the Gangetic plain. My hunch was right from beginning that Gangetic plain owes a lot to the ecosystem services which flow from the Himalayan region. Its sustainability means doing agriculture for 10,000 years. You scoop soil and then restart work again. So I will show. So the idea is that say it's not only Himalaya. It's a question of say several river basins. If you take HKH, it is 10 river basins where live some 2 billion people. So when we say Himalaya, it should not be restricted to Himalaya. The whole connection should be given value. The connection might be much important than than Himalaya itself. Then we say that as far as Indian Himalaya is concerned, there are some states just I want to show. We have a lot of data. Every say biodiversity people, they tell about the number of species, hotspots. I was just thinking about what is the specialty of Himalaya in a wider sense. And I found that we can add say, a few more things. Glacier is one. Then the Himalaya is highly heterogeneous. It's not one thing. That should be very clearly. So when we discuss about these things, why we fail or why we are less successful, it's partly because it is very, very heterogeneous. One thing which you do here can't be applied to another part of Himalaya. So it is my recent emphasis is on say inner and outer ranges. Inner ranges are very different in terms of amount of rainfall and also the seasonality of rainfall. So they are perhaps apple is their specific crop, and Himachal has shown that how apple could change the economy, the massive scale economy change I've never seen anywhere else. Say at that scale anywhere in India. Then you have slopes and aspects. The two slopes, Professor Rishi always quotes that it is north slope, it is south slope, and vegetation differs. The functions differ. Ecosystem function, the water melt out may differ. So these things should be. Then we have a very special terrace agriculture, so which should be valued in some way. The aesthetic. Now people are talking about agritourism, in which I think that terrace agriculture is one of the best fit it can have. Then we have a say domination of evergreen species with a 1 year leaf lifespan in much of the Himalaya, like oaks. Even our pine belongs to this kind of behavior. There are species which are about 1 year leaf lifespan, like evergreen. They maintain leaf throughout the year, but like deciduous, they exchange every year. So they combine the characters of both, and that way, that is the special feature of the Himalaya as a global forest type is concerned. The terrace agriculture I was just seeing. I was say fascinated by this diagram in which Dr. Sati helped me that your lesser, the inner Himalaya means Shivalics and lesser Himalaya. Then we have a greater or trans Himalaya, which is inner or dry, and which are different kind of crops, including apple. I would say apple in Kinnaur, they say that our apple is so juicy and strong, hard that you can't cut easily with your teeth, and it's a large market. So perhaps this kind of climate is more suitable for apple quality. Then we have I just wanted to say that I'm old, so I have one advantage that I've seen things happening, how they unfolded. And I remember that in 1970, I don't know whether you people know that there was a report of Club of Rome. For the first time, they said, let's limit the growth. And then TIPCO started, drew global attention throughout the world. Then we talked about deforestation. Remember, there's a theory of TED, theory of Himalayan degradation. They use, globally, even in New York, American papers and all those, they used to publish that because of Himalaya, degradation of forests, there are more floods in Bangladesh and so on. So that was the theory of Himalayan degradation, which has become, say, very important idea. But it was challenged by people like Jack Ives and others who played a role in Ishimot. Ishimot also played an important role. And then later on, we found that no, it's something different than people of the mountains are helpless. They are using forests in some very small bits. I will come to this point again when I will be talking about the emission from the Himalayan region. That another special feature of Himalaya is that the per capita emission is unusually low. That should be recorded. It's less than 1 ton. India's average is about 2 tons. Global average is about 4 to 6 tons. And there are certain countries which have 30 tons, 20 tons. So that should be also recorded as a feature of Himalaya. So then many institutes came, including this one. Many universities came. Garhwal University, Kumar University, Shillong, Nehu. Nehu was a very important place as far as research was concerned in ecology. And in those days, you can scrutinize that India was far ahead than China as far as research publication was concerned, and China was nowhere that way. They had not started publishing. Unfortunately, China is very strong now. We are nowhere. At that time, climate change data were being collected by Killing's curve. You know that at Mauna Loa, they used to CO2 level and so on. The curve CO2 was increasing. But at that time, the factor was not known. Climate change was nowhere as far as Himalayan issues were concerned. It was out of area. The population growth had become very fast. This factor has not been noted by culture, say most of the analysis, that suddenly the population in Himalaya became very rapidly started growing. And that was something about more, say, the rise was very, very rapid. Now it is much in control. These are some features of 2013-17. Published by Apollo. They show that all these countries are at a very low level as far as human development index is concerned. Their GDPs are among the lowest. Say, poverty has been a very important factor, which really still suppresses the developmental processes. Environmental research in universities started playing a role. I remember that Kumar University, Garhwal University, Shillong had some extraordinary colleges, Professor Jay Singh in, say, Kumayu, then Professor Ramakrishnan in Shillong, then Professor Purohit, and so on. So there was an idea that there should be an institute. I remember that I also attended some meetings that let's go for institute, and then we approached, not we, my elders, they approached to ministry, and then this institute came into existence. So the point I was trying to make that in those days, China was nowhere in the mainstream Himalayan ecology. How things started, I've converted into three. One is 1970s, 80s. The other is the current, and the third one is what is going to happen in 2047. Climate change, the glacier melt is the biggest concern nowadays. We need to really, what can be done, more meteorological stations we have been talking about quite a long time. Well, of course, there are many methods to say get data on water, this rainfall and others, but modelists still feel that there should be more meteorological stations, and the number of meteorological stations declines with the altitude. Can there be science, or say climate change can be one way of keeping population involved in mountains? Even if we have to spend some money, apart from meteorological station, then we can connect many other things with the people and measurements. So say my idea was something about citizen science, which I will discuss later on. Day-to-day dependence is one factor. There was a time when we started doing research in 1970s, 80s. Day-to-day dependence used to be very heavy for firewood, fodder, litter removal, and degradation was very apparent. Now we have reached a point that this has started declining, and because of migration, some areas forests have started coming up. Maybe many invasive species are also coming, taking advantage of this situation. But changes have started taking place, and I know that in case of Kinnaur, which is very remote, now people almost every family uses LPG. Then they collect. Then even Even fodder is brought from market in a village like of Kinnaur or something like that. So things have changed. So day-to-day pressure on the forest has declined, and I see it in many ways. You can see migration or out-migration is a matter of concern in some ways. From culturally, it is a matter of concern. Then, but it is giving for the first time in history of Himalaya a relief where pressure has declined, and it gives opportunity to actively actively restore the forest. Active means that you have to think about how to reduce the impact of invasive species. You have to think about which species would be better, which is more for people oriented, and the participation of people can be a very important component of that. That for the first time, let's take advantage. Otherwise, things would move in such a way that your control would be much weaker than it should. In future, you may not be able to really say pressure that. So I remember that there was a paper in MBO published from our group that 10 energy units come from forest to each support one agronomic unit. Now that relationship is no more there. That pressure is no more there. And that should be seen in a limited way as a positive thing of development. So it was something like that. It was very common. If you can see like animal trails everywhere, almost every hills. Those who live in Kumayu, those who lived with us, say they used to find this kind of situation everywhere. So we had calculated data, say the bulk density used to be very high on those trails than outside, and a lot of soil, that shows that a lot of soil used to be eroded. I remember that the groups, people who used to work in those days about, say, how this kind of data we used to calculate, that what is happening when trails are there. So these trails are now diminishing. That's another indicator that the pressure on day-to-day has declined. Now, if you go to these areas, you won't find these trails, animal trails. In fact, I wanted some pictures I could not find. So this is improvement which has taken over the years, because the day-to-day pressure on forests, or poverty, you can say, has been we are in a better position than economically than we were. Then there are the issues like said institute or any entire India, all the institutes combined. We could not address issues like say we say that dam has remained a matter of controversy. We say that this dam, because of dam, so many species would be lost. Some data, their modeling are done, but nobody says that how many dams should be there, how much energy should be generated. This kind of balanced, responsible behavior from scientists has never come. For that, one institute is not enough. We need to really combine and say that this should be the scenario of India in 2047, Himalaya, 2047. So many dams are required, and so we should consider all the energy sources, not only dams. What is the scope of solar or other forms of geothermal and so on? Then we should plan about say energy, and then we should give some plan. The institutes like Ruruki or engineering, DB plant and so on, but we could never do it. So that may be one thing which the problem continues. It's a kind of no change in situation. This has been one thing I think we need to address. Similarly, springs. I mean, the same type of talk, same type of literature, same publication. I remember that Varkaria was our student from Kumayu University, Professor Baldia's first student. He did PhD. Even he stopped doing anything on that. So you can see that as far as springs are concerned, knowledge level has not improved, even socially, I would say. So that's another point which there's certain points which continue to harass us. And then look at the number of cycles of spring research. There may be 3 or 4, 5, something. Niti Aayog now has come with another thing. But as far as research knowledge is concerned, it continues to be same as it used to be in the past. You can answer after my talk. You can challenge me. You can raise questions. And But the spring is an important component. As Sanjeev was telling me that the spring has co-benefits like biodiversity. What kind of biodiversity supports? Someone said Panda is more where springs are, and so on. But these need to be proven by science. So my submission is that I have one point to make about NMHS. That we have two things. One is that research should be basic. You may disagree. Poor countries should not do, you can say, applied research. Second is that, like a bank, an institute can't say afford to provide services. Even if you provide service, there should be some learning. Research should not be completely, say, removed from a project which is supported by NMHS or scientific organizations. There should be some learning. But I'm to say simply, number of beekeepers have increased. You give money to an NGO, and then they come up with some. There's no learning. You want three types of researchers: basic, because without basic, applied would be also a problem. I remember that we used to, in 1980s, we have a carbon balance of all forests, of 4 or 5 forest types. That time it was a basic research. Now it is said that it is applied thing. So basic research becomes applied depending on the time factors and needs. And third point is that there should be some learning, even if you don't do research. They're using valid methods of research, scientific methods. Means when this intervention, how did it affect the society? There should be some kind of measurements. Otherwise, you would be doing something which State Bank does. Sorry for, I'm a bit forthright about this. Then chill pine and oak controversy. There are two different types of species. I will come to this point. A lot of political attention has been given to it. Sometimes the minister says, remove all the pines. I mean, that kind of statement, in the sense that society is affected. So we know a lot about this, the oak and pine behavior. I know at least. I published some papers, I can show it. But even then, issues can remain controversial. That's the interesting point. Even if you provide knowledge, the issues can continue because of social literacy is so poor. Here is another field which I show that in the figure, trivialization of agriculture globally. This figure shows that when GDP increases, the proportional contribution to GDP of agriculture declines. It's a global phenomenon. Means agriculture is such an important thing, is economically not good. So we have to make it good. Ecology, by adding more services, not only gain production, but it can be like agri-tourism, it can be like, carbon sequestration, it can biodiversity, all those culture, all those factors might be added. So my point is that it's the basic law that agriculture would be trivialized when income increases. So we need to strengthen agriculture from other ways also, not only in terms of agronomic production. I've been told that globally agriculture, tourism based on agriculture is increasing. Can it be, say, in India also? Some efforts are being made. One agriculture university had, say, organized a seminar recently. So please, I spoke about this thing about 10 to 12 years ago in Pandava University in an inaugural talk like this. They didn't react to me. They didn't challenge me. Means, so how to go for it? Agriculture is a necessity. All other services are because of agriculture. I call it agriculture the foundation service. Maybe you have to pay for doing agriculture. You may need to declare it as a social service, socio-ecological service or something like that. Please keep in mind, Himalayan agriculture is not viable. The side land holdings are so small. People won't be interested. We need to make it more attractive from other angles, like tourism, like carbon, ecosystem services, flow, biodiversity. All those things should be given values or something like that. Outmigration, depopulation, outmigration, when it leads to depopulation, then it hurts you. It's an interesting point that in China, there was a program, one of the biggest programs they say, on grain for green, in which they said that you leave the mountains, let it grow, allow the forest to grow. You will be paid for 5 years for say grain. In India, it's all, in Uttarakhand, also in Nepal too. This process has taken place and it hurts us. Say Uttarakhand government, whatever they say, there's a guilt feeling that we made a state for mountain development and people are leaving it. So there is the cultural difference between China and our behavior. We want that people should live in some way. Culture should be there. Mountain people are lovely people. They should be there. That the idea is. So how to deal with this situation? Again, you have to make the mountains more interesting. Rural areas have to be given some value in terms of ecosystem services or some kind of payments, I would say. I will come to this point later on again. NGOs in 1970s, I don't know how many were there, maybe nothing. Central Himalayan Environment Association was the first NGO, perhaps I remember in those days. Whether they have played any role in retaining people in the mountains or not, that can be a good research area. Why not? Let's see that whether they have played a role or not in making mountains interesting, in enabling people to stay back. Tourism, I said that Dr. Yashpal said many things about this. Yes, tourism is declared like a holy cow. You can't speak against it. But I said, but my point is that environmentally, tourism is a serious issue. It has already become serious. The size of tourism, 5 crore people or something like that, they say, is Himalaya is small that way. The big Himalaya is small for this kind of scale of tourism. So we need to think about that. There should be at least something, a limit to growth. Limit to this tourism should be, the quality of tourism should be better. People should come and stay in in rural areas for longer period. It should not be like Mela, come and go back and so on, and almost nothing is spent to say as far local advantage is concerned. For example, in Nainital, let's see, there may be 7 or maybe 20 or 30 good hotels which have learned a lot and earned a lot. But what about, I've never seen a Nawala become rich. I've never seen. About 40, 50 years I lived there. I never noticed that some Nawala or some person who is working in the hotel has become well off. I've never seen something. So money doesn't spread. That's the problem of the mountain tourism. Even Nepal, some experiments are carried out, and that show they tried to really see how this money can be spread. They say that agriculture tourism may help in that way. Here's Professor Rishi is there. They have a lot of work used to be done in those days. Diversity, the term diversity, I would say, started from the Himalaya, as far as India was concerned. In Indian research papers, diversity for the first time was introduced by some scientists, maybe Kumayu Garwal and so on. Now, this term was not known. So we were the people who talked about diversity. Now, diversity, Professor Rishi is here. They talk about the species diversity, phylogenetic diversity, and so on. These things are can be futurist. Mapping of the diversity can be one thing. Mapping of the phylogenetic diversity also. GV Pant has a lot of capacity, I know. There are many people who have done a lot of work here, and then they can have help from Kashmir, other universities, Professor Gopal Rawat, and so on. And this should be done and monitored at a level which is feasible. Organic agriculture our agriculture was by default organic. We used to put in, say, litter, used to collect litter, decompose it, and that used to support agriculture. Perhaps that is on decline. We say that it is going to be organic and so on, but it has a lot of meaning. Organic agriculture can be added with the beekeeping, pollination, other services. If you all include them and value them ecologically, say in terms of monetarily, then it can be supported in future. Otherwise, organic agriculture alone would be difficult. I see that in case of Kinnaur and other areas, they've started using pesticide 3 to 10 times per crop per season. We don't know how much toxic our soil has become. These issues should be analyzed thoroughly. We should not say simply hide those things data. The data should be, at least in the scientific world, those factors should be analyzed. We say apple cultivation, but we never discuss how the say pesticides have affected whether they are real or unreal. There should be some kind of research to prove these things. I know the villagers, they know, they said to me that it should be a problem. It might be affecting our health. They knew about this thing. So it should not be something like which happened in Punjab long ago and is still affected. So if let's have an intervention much before that. So litter ka kya kiya jaye? All policies are there, litter should be made briquette and so on. My point is litter should be allowed to decompose. But now a new problem has started that because of climate change, fire intensity is increasing throughout the world. One, in Himalaya, because of lesser pressure on the forest, just see, because lesser grazing, less livestock, the biomass on the forest floor is increasing. There's our student Rekhadi, who is no more there. He used to collect data on coarse woody debris on the ground. In those days, it was really difficult to get, but now that is say accumulating on the ground, and that may lead to bigger fire than it used to lead in the past. So climate change combined with the more litter, less grazing, more fuel can be a serious issue, and that can be addressed only when you involve the people. The people's role should be much more. It should not be like, say, simply calling some people to say do firefighting unnecessarily. There should be some kind of job at a rural level. They should be properly given dress. They should look like that attractive. That the job is attractive. It should not look like something very secondary type of thing. Menial. It should not be menial. Glacier melt, I said, it's a serious issue. Some recent studies on Satluj show that at least in some areas, things can be very serious by 2047. Some of these data show that by 2047, we may be in serious problem. So we need to think about what can be done. You know that because of temperature, glaciers are going to melt, but can there be some conservation? Can there be glacier ecosystem services, something like that? Flow of glaciers, which irrigates the crops in Ladakh, in Leh. Most of the agriculture in Leh is irrigated agriculture, simply because you get glacier melt water. So those services should be managed and they should be valued in that way. You know that Changthang is an area which is supposed to be perhaps the most largest wilderness, one of the largest wildernesses in Himalaya. There people are living directly and going to cities now. There was one research scholar who's working nowadays. She found that more people are leaving Changthang area and directly settling in cities than the people who used to do agriculture. So these kinds of changes are taking place. Glaciers melt and so on can be issues which should be connected. Overall, we say that general understanding is that Indus would be in problem, Satluj would be in problem, but perhaps Ganga and Brahmaputra, the issues are not as dire as in case of Indus and others. So we can say that because they are more monsoon dependent rivers. So we can say, but it doesn't mean that we should not do anything as far as conservation of these areas are concerned. So I was showing that how, because of climate change, fire intensity has increased. These data show that the years were we we have done many modelings as far monsoon prediction is concerned. But now we need to understand what is the pre-monsoon rainfall, because pre-monsoon time decides the fire intensity. If there are several showers, the intensity will be lower. If there are no shower, then it can have havoc, say, in most of the areas. Problem with the fire is that it causes some pollution, because already pollution level is high. Then it gets deposited in the glaciers and increase the rate of melt. So so fire is no more that innocuous thing. It has many other dimensions which should be known. There are many groups which are involved in Himalaya. We have a lot of data nowadays. The climate, the species shift, changes in species populations, shift towards mountains, tree line, and so on. The tree studies, I think there must be some more than 100 papers in recent times. All these are showing that pre-monsoon is a critical area. That should be more defined. Because of climate change, the pre-monsoon drought can be much more intense than it used to be. We need to have a better understanding of this phenomenon. Then we are also afraid of the points that there are many species in Himalaya and also in India in which the germination of seed was coincided with the monsoon arrival. Because of climate change, either seed may mature early or monsoon may be disturbed. So this synchronization, which was very common feature, which species evolved over years, millions of years, may be in problem. And that involves some oaks, sal, and many other species in which seed germination coincides with the say arrival of monsoon. Then there is species like barge oak, in which seed fall takes during winters, and then seed remains on the ground for a long time. Now those seeds get desiccated because of warming, and again germination is a problem. Similarly, in case of so there's another area that we need to think about climate change, not only melt, not only grow, but also how species are going to be adapted, how species are adapted to climate change or warming. We did some study and showed that species differ in terms of their safety margin to drought. Means, say, we do something like this, that a species, when it loses say 50% of conductance, we say then the system is going to collapse. And the water potential in field, we compare the two and then find out whether there is a margin or not. So that shows that that way pine has more safety margin. Means pine closes stromata when water potential is high. And as far as oak is concerned, oak will keep on losing water. It doesn't close its stromata even in the face of water stress. Oak has a disadvantage that there may be some years in which drought may be too severe, but it has an advantage that you can fix carbon. So there is a trade-off between carbon fixation reserve and safety margin. So such kind of studies are required for most of these species. When the water potential, what is the water potential in the field? What is the water potential which they can say stand, say like when 50% conductance is lost. So difference between these two and the carbon storage. If you don't have carbon, so that what happens that when drought takes place or fire takes place, oak is able to resprout because it has a lot of carbon in body. It didn't close its stromata, so it could fix carbon even during drought. As far as pine is concerned, it has bark thick. The bark is quite thick, so it won't burn easily. But once it is burned, it can't come back. It won't recover. So these are different strategies which species employ to drought, water relations, and fire. All these are connected in some way. So this kind of research at a larger scale for all different areas might serve our purpose. And these are just simply oak and pine is one example. So understanding the drought responses and carbon reserve, there's a trade-off between these two. Should be, there are many people here who are capable, I know, say under leadership of ID Bhaji, we can do this kind of research. And Pune University, Ashish Tiwari, and so on. So this kind of research should be promoted to, as a way, as a study to see how our species are going to function in case of drought. This rapid story, I thought that I should bring to your notice that the GDP of Himachal is among the top 12 states of India. But as far as apple production is concerned, Kashmir produces 70% of the apple of India. But it is among the poorest state of the country. Maybe there are many reasons. But one thing is very clear that the government in, say, Himachal played a very aggressive role in marketing, and it took the whole responsibility of doing, seeing that apple economy works and marketing and those powerful things. So they did so very well. But if those things are not being done or applied in Kashmir, where it is like a subsistence economy, not say commercialized the way Himachal people could do. So per kg benefits in case of Himachal is much higher than in case of Kashmir. I don't know whether it's correct or not, but this kind of research is also required. I mean, so where you have what problem is of say production, marketing, economic general activities like say in Himachal you can see that the grading machines, there are packaging machines, and so many economic activities have started taking place. So why Kashmir, which is such a great producer, which is such a great land, as far as fertility and so on, should suffer because of something. So this kind of research is also required. I'm saying you should consider development in the center and government together rather than separating them. So this was about this. And there are certain issues which we need discussion we never discuss, like a ban on tree cutting. Do we need timber or not? What is timber? What is the importance of timber as far as carbon is concerned? Now India is rich. Many people are rich and they can afford to have timber. But there is no policy. There is no decision. The science could not provide enough data to codes whether we should go for lifting ban on tree cutting. Say, for example, in case of pine forest. So we need to address. We should not be silent. We should be aware of these problems. The carbon point of view, it is good to have it wood rather than other artificial things. This is stored some carbon for some period and so on. So globally, they say that if you are rich, if you can afford, the timber should be much more than it is in your lifestyle. So the other point was that very simple experiments we did and showed that carbon by 26% increase in litter decomposition. When forests are degraded, even litter decomposition slows down. The point is that microbe population declines and so on. So the cycling of nutrient also becomes slow. So I just want to show that active restoration of forests, degraded places, can be a very important area for future research and employment point of view also. Fading away of the grazing trails, all this we are noting. So the restoration should be one of the activities in which institutions like One Panchayat and other such institutions should be promoted, because it is the people who should be involved. Otherwise, mountains would be depopulated or something like that. So can we really involve people and address this issue? This can be done only when they are also benefited. I'm trying to show that their oak and pine forests, their functions. This kind of study we need we know about 4 or 5 types of forests. The details of the nutrient cycling, interventions which you might be required, you can under the carbon cycle and so on. We did about, say, 30 years ago this kind of research. We need to know about our forests from this angle, almost every major forest types. Incorporating ecosystem services of Indian Himalaya into national accounting. I'm not trying to boast, but I think about when Toliasa was Chief Secretary, he asked me to write a paper, and we developed and sent to 12th Finance Commission. Government of India principally accepted that ecosystem services of mountain states and our forest-rich state should be valued in some way. Some money was also allocated for this purpose. So, but we could not build on that. You need more scientists, better science. And whenever I used to go to meet and discuss with those people, they say that, why can't you come with the better science? The idea was that the Gangetic Plain, my point is that, say, there are certain services which flow from Himalaya to Gangetic Plains, and that's why Gangetic Plain has a capacity to support 500 million people. This applies to other basins also. There are some loose evidences for us. Say, for example,
SP6, sir, very sorry to interrupt, but can you wind up in the next 5 minutes? Because
okay.
we want to have a very engaged round of question and answer session.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
I will do. So what we showed that, say, water potential of trees in Nainital, which is wet oak forest, is lower, more negative than sal forest, which is dry, high temperature. So it gives you some idea that perhaps soil and water, they move through the foothills, and Himalayan service, this is one way of showing the service. Similarly, there are other forms so we need to really strengthen the science, whether the services from mountains have played a role in Gangetic Plain and is still playing or not. Then urban ecosystem services area, as I said in the morning, that is going to be a major area, sustaining agriculture, urban systems. We need to really build on ecosystem services. More people are going to stay in mountain plains, in urban areas. Perhaps 1 crore people, as far as Indian Himalayan is concerned, from here on to 2047 would be in cities. So this urban concrete or urban chaos, Dr. Sati is here. He knows that how urban systems have been damaged and are threatened or are at the risk. We need to think about this. You can see Shimla. There's one way of showing Shimla, and that was the extreme wilderness of Changthang in Leh, and the lower one is of Shimla. What we have made out of it. That kind of situation should not be. Then the last point was that I always come to carbon justice. The women in mountains, they used to collect, say, leaves bit by bit. They had a drudgery, they had hard life. They never overdid, say, and kept, say, all these processes in a certain control. The average walking distance used to be 15 to 20 kilometers in those days. My point is that those people are still providing service to global say, climate change issues point of view. Because of that, climate change has been slow. But we are saying that we will pay for carbon when you fix in future. My point is that they have played a role. They have already played a role by keeping the climate change slow. Should it not be recognized or not? Should it not be given hawkers, like say about 1.2 crore hawkers? They almost emit nothing. So those non-emitters within the country who belong to certain parts, they played a life. And because that deforestation was not that fast, it could have been much faster. Had they cut trees like, say, when you do road widening, they didn't do like that. Should that service be recognized or not? It is a question of concept, justice, and so on. So I call it carbon justice. I'm glad that there's in Oxford University, they have started a short course and they use the word climate change justice. I use carbon justice, which I coined, and I published a paper a few years ago. The idea is that, say, those people, the climate change has been slow. It could have been faster. Should that credit be given to those people or not? Is it a matter of justice or not? Can one panchayat or similar type of organizations in other states can be key areas for modernization in terms of carbon, tourism, firefighting? Can they become centers? Can we start with a project, say something like a pilot project of 10, 20, one panchayats and show it? The Minister of Uttarakhand, he says that he's interested in this kind of thing. So can we provide some information, knowledge, so that those become centers of some kind of modernism with some research, some data, and the term people are using citizen science. I'm not using this term in American way. In America, there's a voluntarism. In our case, they have to be paid if you want that they should. For example, we have been talking about, say, the flowering of rhododendron arboretum for last 20 years. Someone says, yes, this has occurred this year at this time, on that hill another year. Can't we have a, say, using citizen science approach or this kind of people, one-time data collection, providing all kinds of, say, you have a, say, you have a phones, you have pictures, you can do those things, and we can show that climate change, because of climate change, such and such flowering takes place at this time or not. So nature-based solutions is going to be very important area. This is my last point. Sanjeev was telling me about EC mod. I asked him. My concern is different. Globally, everybody is saying nature-based solution or ecosystem-based solutions to enable people, poor people, to address climate change problems. It means adaptation point of view. My point is that says he's no more interested. People used to collect lichens, and nobody's collecting lichens. Even if the boy, the son has no job, he's not interested in that job. You are saying that we will enable him to collect, enable them to do ecosystem services like that. He's no more interested. I know that, this Singhara water castor. I know that किसी collector का बेटा अब collection नहीं करेगा. It's very clear. In mountains, people say that, ladies have said that, जो मैंने किया और मेरी बेटी अब नहीं करेगी. That drudgery and that kind of life without any payment. Even if they don't have job, poor are no more interested, though this has become one of the policy point of view, global solution, they say. Ecosystem-based solution, nature-based solution, it should be the future of development. The reality is that they are not interested. You have to say the reward should be much bigger than it is. If government wants that those things should continue, the reward should be much bigger than it used to be. Expanding the use of technology is one possibility. I'm an old person, I don't know much, but it appears that the power of technology is going to increase very much in science, especially ecology, all kinds of drones and those things, remote sensing, modeling, data collections, and so on, can be much scaled up. So that can be very important point as far as Himalaya is concerned, because of heterogeneity in Himalaya, data collection has been always slow process. Perhaps if we can train our students, young people are much more interested in using modern technology. Modern technology can be a major solution as far as, say, speeding up the research is concerned. In man-animal conflict and so on, you can warn a person that such and such animal is there and so on. Perhaps that would be possible. AI and use of other things should serve Himalaya more than any other area, because Himalaya is a very difficult area to really work. So science with the technological development, how to take advantage of this approach? Should it be individually, or there should be some campaign? The ministry can decide. Perhaps there some young people are very receptive to the technology, but it should not be confined to only technology. they should be educated enough to use the data which they have collected. It should not be simply data collection. The use of data and application, discussion, and making things, say, all dimensions, that should be also important. My fear is that they might collect data very rapidly, but they might not be able to really use and apply research of that data as far as solutions are concerned. Last point, that research publication cited, after all, you are scientists. All of you need some papers to prove that you are good. You are good. Now, this is again a serious issue. There are two things. One is publication. You measure our abilities or capacity in terms of publication. Other is citation. Citation means two things, that someone uses your knowledge. So that means flow of knowledge. What I'm seeing that as far as ecology is concerned, there's a barrier between developed and developing countries. Their citations are much higher than citations of developing countries, largely because they are network among themselves. They are connected much more than we are connected. They do better science also. We should agree with that. But sometimes we also do good science, but our papers are not cited that way. So citation has become a limiting factor as far as Indian science is concerned. Or you pay a lot. If you are willing to pay to a journal, they may revise or re-revise, but they would publish. And this, I don't know how India is going to deal with this issue. A lot of money is that required. So one paper means 3 lakhs, 4 lakhs rupees, something like that. Whether we should afford or we should spend on money on that, this is the policy issue we should discuss and come out with some solution. It may be also we can publish our own way. Let that not be, our style can be different. It can be Stanton troop-like style, I would say, simply describing things and communicating it to a normal man. It is not necessary that we should follow the West as far as research point of view. There's a lot of activities are going on. It's a huge activity, commercial activity around. We should not be part of that, I think. Can GB Pant, other institutes publish their own way, own language, own style, and communicate? That can be. India is too big a country. We have population, we can have scientists. So we need to think about that. After all, I would suffer if I am not able to publish in the best journal, because my ranking and all those factors would be based on that. So we need to address this issue. So one is that you pay for that. I would say that India should not pay so much. Second is that you publish in your own way. Let some good scientists sit together and see how this can be done. Initiative for setting organizations, Dr. Bhatt said, it can be consortia of institutes, it can be consortia of, or it can be an academy. Academy allows you to really have contact with China, even China an enemy, but academy can allow you to have good relations among the academicians. So I agree with Dr. Bhatt. I've been raising this point for quite a long time. Citizen science-based approach in which payment is made. You can't copy America. Can our rural people who are in communities, managing communities, forests, be part of that and do that? Then there should be a periodical assessment where we are. Because changes are taking place very rapidly. If you use the old data, you may be committing mistakes as far as social factors are concerned. And we always commit mistakes. I can see that mistakes are being committed. Okay, so I raised many questions, I think, which were troubling me over the years in my mind.
Thank you so much, sir.
Well, I want to say that we could do some research at Excel, largely because we had some good students. There are 30, 40, 50. Girish and Subrat are here. Then when in the 1980s, they used to go to Vedni Alibukyan, live with the sheep, the herders. Among the sheep, they used to sleep among the sheep. गिरीश के ऊपर एक डॉग बैठ गया था रात में, ये बाथरूम जाना चाहते थे, वो घुराता था, that kind of, without tea, without that. So that was never given value, I think, that those countries, the developed countries, से उन्होंने कभी इन चीजों को कभी value नहीं किया. And so I owe a lot to whatever we achieved, to those instruments now, like a good data, reliable data. That excites you. And they used to provide. There are about 50, something like, who continue to research for over the years in very dire conditions, very, almost with nothing.
If anybody has any observations or any questions, please feel free.
I've said many ulta सीधा, so ठीक है, शायद नहीं पूछेंगे. आप हमें हैरस करो ना, आप कर ही नहीं रहोगे, फील करो, प्लीज आस्क.
Started from biodiversity, or on other way we can say that bioresources. Since the Himalaya is rich in the biocultural diversity, and we have the large number of ethnic tribal communities across the Indian Himalayan. So we have the enormous bioresources. And now I think this is the time when we talk about the Viksit Bharat 2047, then we have to harness these bioresources. And whatever the niche we have, whether this is in the agriculture sector, whether in the horticulture sector, whether it is in the wild resources. And as you know also, that Hippopi remonoides is one of the very important resource we have in the Indian Himalaya. That is still not harnessed by, right. Even, sir, I will give you the reference. In 2000, I gave a detailed report to the Chief Secretary of Uttarakhand, Madhukar Gupta ji. Sir, this is the resource we need to harness, and that is the Hippopi salicifolia. So that question also, and that you have the answer with you, that we have the tremendous resources. Lot of research has already been carried out by across the Indian Himalayan region, by the Central Himalayan Universities, R&D institutions located in the Himalayan region, but that research is not converted to the action. Second, lot of action research has already been carried out by all the university and academic.
And the Himachal has shown that the government can play a role.
Yes, sir. And even, sir, I will let you know the GB Pant Institute has done tremendous work, action research.
Yeah, I can see.
You know, sir, you know.
Your publications indicate.
But all these publications remain in the, either in the line in the DST, DBT, wherever it is, but that has not all gone to the transformation.
So the issue is that there should be a platform.
Yeah.
Between researchers and,
exactly.
And policymakers or decision makers.
And one point you have very broad, you have brought that ecosystem restoration. And now we are celebrating decade of ecosystem restoration, 2020 and 30. And sir, in
I call it active restoration. It should आप involved हो जाओ, आप direction दो उसको.
अब वो सर मैं आपको वही बता रहा हूँ, आपने बहुत उसमें suggestion दिए हैं.
Dr. Bakuri, if you have any questions, you don't need to appreciate everything what sir has said. So leave the floor open for other young.
I need a question for the 2047.
If you have a question,
That's
please ask.
we have, if we want to achieve the goal for Atmanirbhar Bharat, then we have to go for short term, medium term, and long term.
Absolutely.
2005 to 2023, 2034 to 2040, and 2041 to 2047. Then only we can achieve the goal as we are talking about the Viksit Bharat 2047. Thank you.
Thank
we
you so much.
Suggestions?
Any of the young researchers would like to say something or ask any questions? Yes, of course. वहाँ पहले खड़े हो गए. हाँ, बताइए.
Earlier, watershed management effectively managed in the water Uttarakhand. Now, spring set delineation is one of the difficult tasks, and repeatedly work by several agencies for trenches, plantation, but whatever objective set 20 years back, we are not achieving. So in present scenario, what we are working or our policy or mindset, that is in right direction, or we need to modify it in some other scale like stream basin, sub basin, so that we can get a better results in future. This is only suggestion for you. Okay. Any suggestion, sir? From your side, any suggestion, sir?
Please go ahead. Yes, ask your question.
So thank you, sir, for excellent talk, and your question, both are very valid. I will take the 30 seconds, not more than that. Just to inform that the excellent researches are coming from various research groups in the country. This is reality and published also widely, globally. But hardly a very limited percentage of research is going actually into practice. This is the issue we have been discussing for almost 15 to 20 years. Madam, under National Mission for Strategic Knowledge on Climate Change, which is assigned to the Ministry of Science and Technology, the center which I am working currently, ICARS, we have been assigned to come up with a network that is called Address Network, Adaptation, Resilience and Sustainability Network. The purpose is to collect research being undertaken by various research groups, synthesize and produce in a strategic knowledge, which policymakers can understand. So like coming up with working papers, white papers, policy brief, and I would not say that copying the IPCC pattern, but somewhat in that line. And 12 ministries, which are directly part of the National Action Plan on Climate Change, have been assigned. So, and the center is also now taken by MOFCC as a National Anchoring Institute of MOFCC for helping in implementing National Adaptation Plan. This point I just wanted to convey that the already thought process has been there, and now we will be working. And with GB Pant Institute also, in the previous meeting also I was there, and we had a detailed discussion that GB Pant Institute is going to be the focal point for Himalayan science and Himalayan research to translate this knowledge. So, madam, just wanted to inform this. And our center is also the India focal point for Hindu Kush Himalaya DRR Knowledge Hub with AC mode. So, certainly with mountain division also you are aware of.
It's a very good information.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, madam. I'll take the last slide, which was related to Mountain Academy and a consortium kind of thing. Through NMHS, we had a project on Himalayan Knowledge Network, basically, and the purpose was there. Fortunately, at the beginning of this particular institute, we have one core program that is called INHI, Institutional Networking and Human Investment, but somehow over the years it went off. But my point is that there already, that was very much for that purpose only, because I initiated that program, later on my colleague took over on that one. To add on that, recently we had a Indian Himalayan Central University Consortium already there under the privilege of Niti Aayog, and also Professor Kushwaha has been part of it. He was in Arunachal Pradesh, and now he's in Ladakh. Recently we had a meeting. But the problem with the system is that university, you don't have resources or running a particular kind of thing, because they have different mandate, research and things. Institution they can put up. So my suggestion is that take ownership of that. It is already ready-made. It has bought out 5 documents under planning commission. You have also bought so many. So take ownership of that rather than starting from zero. It is there, already there. It is looking for some resources now. Who will own it? GB Pant is part of that already. One GB Pant Institute and one Central CSIR Institute from Palampur. So they are already part of. Bring more institutions and build upon that one rather than creating it from zero. Because every time you can't make things from zero. So already a lot of things are done. Thank you. Thank you. That's it, suggestion.
Thank you for the and please the last question. If anybody else wants.
First of all, thank Professor Singh for kindly for the movement of the process that needs to be taken shape in this conclave, and that is coordination. This is the basic crux. Secondly, at the lucid presentation of the slide, I found glaringly what is missing, though we talk of sustainable livelihood, socio-economic profile, socio-economic benefit, poor people, women in enhancement, and things of that kind. But in the entire presentation, other than merely touching those jargons, nothing concrete is shown in terms of human resource.
Suggestion rather than
I'll just take a minute to explain the necessity of considering about human resource in the forest or in the Himalayan area. There are different tribes living here. He has used the word emotional value. Different tribes living in Himalaya have different values with their environment.
I think everybody understands that.
What I'm trying to say simply in nutshell is the concept or the ingredients of social science, and especially concentrating on human science, should be taken into account if we are really serious to solve the issue or prepare an action plan for 2047. Thank you.
Right, thank you. Now we'll break for lunch. We can have the further the discussion over lunch.
In fact, this question is to you, madam. My question was to you, to ministry, sir. Regarding the green credit program.
So thank you so much. And this is the time for lunch. And next we have a full session after lunch. And those session आप 1 मिनट बैठेंगे, 1 मिनट लगेगा, ज़्यादा नहीं. Please. So next we have a 4 session, and that is a parallel session basically. That one session that will be here in the biodiversity scenario and process. वो session होगा, and the volunteers of that session, नेहा ठाकुर कहाँ है? नेहा ठाकुर, मनीषा, गुंजन बागुनी, भुवनेश कानपाल. तो ये तुम्हारी ड्यूटी है कि उनको यहाँ पे ले आए. Next session will be on the conference hall. That is environmental vulnerability, urban growth and infrastructure. And volunteer of that session is Kanishka Rotela, Basant Negi, Prakash Bist and Sachin Unial. Fourth section is here, sustainable water resource management. That is on the G47 downstairs. And the volunteer of this session is Maunia, Asutosh, Smita Bist, Anshu Rana and Mohit Singh. And fourth session, that is a parallel session, is a natural resource based sustainable livelihood solution. And the volunteer of that is Bhavna, Kavita, Sheetal and Nikita. तो ये आप लोगों की ड्यूटी है कि अपने अपने सेशन को टाइमली शुरू करवा देना है. Thank you so much. So that will be the 2:30. जबरदस्त.
नहीं तेरा नहीं
अरे वाह तुम्हारे तो क्या होता है इसमें वॉइस क्लियर पूछ इससे आप बोलो
हेलो
हाँ आ रही है
आई एम ऑडिबल
हाँ हाँ यहीं से ऑडिबल में बता रहा हूँ सीरियल भाई दूर से मुश्किल है
हेलो
ये तो गिर रहा इस टाइम पे अरे यार
बाहर देख के कुछ लोगों को देर से थोड़ा सा बाहर क्यों बुलाने हैं हो जाएगा इशू कोई दिक्कत इशू कोई नहीं है नीचे भी लेक्चर और भी कॉन्फ्रेंस और भी सब ये वाले से बैठे अच्छे लग रहा है ना ये हो गए ये पूरे बात देख पाएंगे ठीक है ना बच्चे लेक्चर हो जाके गौरव वाला भी चलेगा अब जैसे लोग जाएंगे ना आप देख पाओगे जब सेशन खत्म होगा जब आप ऑटोमेटिकली ब्रेकआउट करोगे ना खत्म करोगे वहाँ फ्लैश होगा 1 मिनट में वो खत्म हो जाएगा मैं व्हाट्सएप कर रहा हूँ लोगों को लाओ नहीं आप यहाँ पे कौन सा है यहाँ पे हो रहा है सेशन यहाँ पे कौन सा होगा
नहीं नहीं इतना तक तो हो रहा है उसके बाद
यहाँ पर अभी सब म्यूटेड है इनको बोलिए यार तो
जगदीश जगदीश हेलो जगदीश आवाज आ रही तेरे को जगदीश म्यूट है उसका वो म्यूट है हेलो जगदीश कमल अरे वहां बहुत
is ecosystem-based approaches for sustainable solutions. And Professor Saket Kushwaha, Vice Chancellor, Ladakh University, is the chair of this session. And we have two invited talks. One is by Dr. A.K. Tiwari from IISW, and second talk is by Dr. Sanjay Singh from ICFRE. Professor Sunil Nautiyal is not with us today, so we will not be having that lecture. To start with this session, I'd like to first welcome our chair with the token of love from our side.
I told him I have nothing fun, so there's no need to be.
So with the permission of chair, I'd like to request our first speaker of this session, Dr. A.K. Tiwari. Sir, you may start your presentation. The presentation is already loaded in the system.
Good afternoon, respected chair. This is topic land degradation in the Indian Himalayan region. challenges and solutions. The framework of this particular presentation within the limit of some challenges and sustainable activities already popular in this region. And secondly, what new things we can go ahead. How it is to be? अच्छा इससे होता है हो रहा okay.
Sir, kindly try to finish your presentation within 10-15 minutes. Yeah.
Actually, most of the things so this lead to consequences loss of fertility of the soil. In the previous session also discussed on various aspects of the land degradation and the present scenario of cloud burst aggravate the situation many folds. So in this context, this is the ratio of the seasonal rainfall with the annual one. So see here, maximum we can see that is the 90% in Nagaland and Uttarakhand in the northwest. That is of course 70. That is 81%. So that ratio also indicates that in monsoon season, our water erosion impact is very high. And that impact we have to address the several means. And in our region, the crops, various crops like crops and horticulture is one of the key states. Agroforestry is another. So this is the prime focus in this particular Himalayan region. Diverse cropping pattern across, but very small and fragmented piece of the land. Terraced agriculture and totally depending upon the rain-fed hill farming system. So of course, integration of the traditional and subsistence systems is needed in this along with the modern tools and technologies. So high ecological and cultural diversity is of course strength for this region. The second point here is small and fragmented holdings. If we compare in the country, so 700 to 900 square meter, very small and limited to the valleys. The sloping areas, middle hills and upper hills, the scenario is very grim by various challenges. So again, most of the are abandoned terraces or that is the barren. So therefore, the entire focus on the village areas and of course productivity with the better management is appreciable. So poor soil fertility, low input, I'm talking about the sloping areas, mid and upper, and lack of storage, processing and other facilitated in the region is constrained to the marketing system as a whole. Man-animal conflict is another issues, particularly in the agriculture areas. So as far the land degradation is concerned, divided into two parts here, northwestern part and northeastern Himalaya. So very severe erosion, more than 40 ton per hectare per year, that is 17% in the northwest. And if we see the scenario in the northeast, that is at 22%. And as a whole, normally we consider the soil loss more than 10 ton per hectare, we considering under the degradation category. So in this case, 17% in northeastern Himalayan, and northeastern Himalayan, that is the eastern part, that is the 28% higher than the northwestern part. Now coming to the state-wise, so water erosion, if we see the Uttarakhand, highest one, then Himachal Pradesh, and thereafter Jammu Kashmir. In northeastern part, Assam, of course, having the highest one, and a list in Sikkim. Here, water erosion, if we see water erosion more than 10 ton per hectare, so in arable area, 73.27 million hectare, out of total 104 million hectare. So majority of land degradation due to the water erosion, and in open forest, again we see water erosion is a severe and major concern. Another factor, as we are witnessing in this region, that is the cloud burst. The pictorial clearly indicating before 2010, the number of events very less. Red color bar indicates the Uttarakhand, that only 18, now 43 after 2010. So the number before 2010 means the entire recorded one data is so low. But if you compare after 2010, better recording of the data, then we are reaching so high. And high means, of course, it is a real event in this current scenarios, and that causing a major issues related to the water erosion. The cases, particularly flash flood and torrent menace, is also manifold. And this is one of the data indicating state-wise. In Uttarakhand, again, this data indicates highest one. And second point clearly indicates it may be 2.7, 2,77,000 lakh hectare area may be affected by the flood. This is the old data. But old data means this data indicates the scenario of 2010. But now if we compare with the cloudburst, of course, its severity will be higher, and that we need to again recollect and analyze. So this is again the issues. So what are the solution? And solution, Indian Institute of Soil Water Conservation tried from its own efforts in integration and collaboration with the many institutes, and in this adoption of the watershed-based fragment management framework. And in Uttarakhand, of course, performance as far watershed is concerned, very good if we compare along the other states in northwest or northeast. Combining engineering, biological, and socio-economic policy measures. In previous session, we were talking there is a isolation, and there is a different lines of the thinking at a shallow base. So that are of course hindering us to give our faster outcome, promote resource conservation and livelihood resilience. Livelihood is also one of the concern because economically and socially marginalized people in this regions. So that is required to be make a better chances of the livelihood, encourage participatory community involvement. If their stake will be more on the planning concern, certainly the success of the plans will be high. So this is the status of the development, and in this Uttarakhand, of course, having the in more than 70%. In other states, particularly in northwest, is a better performing states in the watershed. Watershed development directly indicating the improvement of land controlling land degradation. So this is of course one of the signature work of the country, a quote watershed. So indication of this is the only indication of this watershed. And even today we can visit and see the impact of this water set in this state. So the concept is whatever, of course, need to the modified and advanced tools and technology with the water set development. So there are many technologies which are available and adopting in the arable lands, in the hill states. And out of this few popular one adopted by the farming community, I can focus only on those. So in present scenario, animal menace is of course one of the bigger challenge before us, particularly in mid and higher hills, particularly on terraces. But another, in rainy season, every year there is a devastation and washing away of the terrace. So cost in maintaining the terrace is also one of the bigger factor. And that there is no any provision, even in water sets, if once it is done, that is treated, now work is over. But rainfall is every year. Extreme events is more or less second year or third year. So every second, third year, the treatment, whatever done earlier, that coming back to the same situation what it was earlier. So this is the bigger issues. So terrace innovation and landscaping is also, it is an ongoing and continuous process with our system. Then farmers can survive with the terrace agriculture system. For that, particularly the risers, breaches, and washing away. Wash away is a common phenomena. So stone risers in Manrega also tried by many villages, and that having a fruitful results. The second, trenching is of course one of common one, and even for moderation of the peak flow, for minimizing the velocity, flow over land velocity, all other aspects like the spring rejuvenation, recharge, such technology is popular in most of the region, of course, in Uttarakhand. So this is also popular one, but in many cases, we found that infiltration rate of soil is very high, even though there is a trenches. What is need of trenches? So the plan and design, our recommendation should go in that way, where the site selection and where there is a high infiltration rate, gravelly soil, there is high infiltration, even though trenches are going on. So where trenches should go and wherever infiltration rate high, we should minimize this one. In forest area, again, infiltration rate in most of cases is high. So whether the impact of trenches under the canopy of forest is useful or not, or what is its impact, that needs to be understand. Conservation bench terraces in up to the 6% slope. In the foothill areas, it is simply modification of the trenches and sloping area. If it is 5%, so divide into two parts. Upper keep 75% as it is, and is 20%, 25% down part. Just make a bench to store the water from the upper part. So it will work or function as a watershed concept within a plot. So this way we can diversify the crop, one, and second, we conserve rainwater. Now slope stabilization due to the extreme events, rain events, slope stabilization measures in non-arable area is our also prime concern. And in this only selected 2 and 3, which are popular and useful for us, geotextile. So soil depth is very thin. Splash erosion, impact of splash erosion is of course very high. And that case, better to go with such type of technology. And also we can go and integrate this one with the plantation, with the minor plants. And by doing this moisture conservation around 10%, so this conservation of course improve whatever side-by-side plantation going on with the laying of the geotextile. Costing, of course, vary from the design from one part to another part and material also, and easily available, and it can be manageable. Yes, bioengineering based creep structures for land stabilization is highly useful, getting more useful nowadays. The local material available that we can convert into the crate, and this crate filled with the bushes and other local materials, and just make on the contour a line of the crates. This will hinder the flow and also arrest soil flowing against the slope. So such type of creep structures with the biomaterials, either plants or even we can go with the materials of the any plant with the vegetative parts, we can also use this. Contour wetling.
Sir,
Again,
kindly
coming
finish in
back.
2-3
Yes,
minutes.
only 2 minutes. And this is another coming here. Water harvesting structures. Particularly, we are going with the silt arresting in the upper parts with the gabion structures. And gabion structures is not able to retain water, rainwater, only the sediments. So water harvesting, we are saying the water harvesting structure, but water is not retained in the upper area. If we go with the some other ways that retain both soil as well as water, so that will be a better approach in this particularly hill and mountain areas. So here the check dam embedded with the SDP sheet was constructed in the particularly in the mid hills, and it serves both the purpose: soil arresting against the structure as well as rainwater harvesting. So this is the benefit over the gabion structure alone, and also it improves the subsurface flow. Means by doing this, permeability of the flow can also be enhanced. So no doubt with our wisdom and experiences, what we have with watershed, go with the modern tools and technology. And particularly mapping is one of the aspects at the micro level that we can apply with the drone-based LiDAR mapping, IoT-based information connecting with the stakeholders, also helpful for us. Geospatial technology is highly penetration, and the nature-based traditional solutions, eco-engineering approaches, revival of traditional practices, whether for rejuvenation of the springs or the other sources, streams, community-driven restoration, integration with the modern techniques, and of course, this is nothing but a strengthens ecosystems, resilience, and promotes sustainable climate-smart agriculture. So now the way forward for reversible degradation, land degradation in the IHR can be mitigated through integrated and multidisciplinary conservation approach that we listening since the inaugural session. Proactive restoration, shift from reactive disaster management to proactive, collaborative framework, and sustainable future ensure mountain agriculture. So with this, of course, we work on the reversibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tiwari. Thank you for the wonderful presentation. Now I'd like to invite the second presentation by Dr. Sanjay Singh. In continuation, then we'll open the session for discussion and question and answers.
Respected Chair, audience,
Namaskaram to all the participants and all the students who are present here. So I will be speaking on pathways to achieve land degradation neutrality in India. So we have already discussed a few things. Okay. So we've already discussed a few things, but again, I believe this is my duty to again reiterate the statistics. Some of you might have already seen this statistics, but again. So first of all, before we delve into the statistics, let me first define the degradation per se. I am sure many of you will be aware of it, but for the benefit of the larger audience, land degradation, when we are saying it is loss in productivity of a land over the specific time period. Like we know there is there are many natural forces which are acting upon land and which ultimately may lead to land degradation. But so that is why we have a rider. Like we have a baseline upon which we are measuring the productivity. And of course, the reporting time. If there is a change, negative change in the productivity, we are going to say. Now, when we are saying productivity, there are two types of productivity we are looking at. First is economic productivity, and second is, of course, ecological productivity. Now, ecological productivity, we all are aware of it. Like ultimately, it is the functional diversity, and ultimately, it is something that ultimately give ecosystem resilience, and ultimately it results into the flow of ecosystem services. So both of these productivity are equally important. And when we are talking about economic productivity, of course, our livelihood, the very livelihood of human beings are dependent upon this economic productivity. So when we are talking about productivity, we are talking about both these type of productivity. Now, any degradation, that loss of productivity that is happening in dry lands is known as desertification. So having underlined definitions, now it becomes important for us to know how much of dry land that we have in our country. So it is to the quantum of 228.3 million hectares. And then if we go on and divide it in arid, semi-arid, and dry subhumid areas, it is already written over there. I don't need to reiterate. So so economic cost of degradation, how much? So this is a figure that was worked out in 2011, 2.5% of total GDP at that time. That was the economic cost of degradation that that was happening to us. Now, in the process of reporting to UNCCD, we have determined the actual area that is degrading, and from 2015 to 2019 on, between 2019. So it is 9% of total geographical area. We also have a data from SAC. They have an atlas, land degradation atlas, and they report 96.4 million hectares. But if we go by the definition, so we can safely say that 96.4 million hectare, or 30% of around 30% of total geographical area, is under different drivers of degradation. SAC has identified different drivers of degradation, and they have mapped the area, total geographical area, which is affected by these drivers of degradation. And we have an elaborated presentation on water erosion from the speaker before me. So water erosion is one of the largest drivers of degradation, comprising of 11% of total area under degradation, followed by vegetation degradation, wind erosion, salinity, frost shattering, settlement, barren rocky mass movement, and so and so. So moving on, why land degradation neutrality is important? We know we have already talked about the productivity of land and how the ecosystem services, flow of ecosystem services, as well as the economics is dependent upon land. But land is also a operative link between biodiversity and climate change, and not just biodiversity, climate change. There are many international conventions wherein it becomes important for us to achieve land degradation neutrality. If you want biodiversity conservation, land degradation neutrality is required, of course, and climate change. Whatever activities, mitigation actions, or adaptive actions we are going to take it over the land only. So land degradation neutrality becomes very, very important to meet our UNCCD target, climate targets, CBD targets, bond shell, and so, even G20 GLI. So what is LDN? What is land degradation neutrality? So since we have already defined what is land degradation, it becomes easy for us to define what is land degradation neutrality. It is the state whereby the amount and quality of land resources necessary to support ecosystem functions and services to enhance food security remains stable or increase within the specified temporal and spatial scale of ecosystem. So it is pretty much opposite of what we described as land degradation. So what is land degradation neutrality? Is balancing the losses and the gain. We know that losses are going to happen, but how are we going to balance it out. Balance it out through the restoration efforts, sustainable management, afforestation, agroforestry, and then the list goes on. It's not just limited to the list that I have enlisted here for the sake of the space. I had only this much of space, so I'm writing only 4 of them. But then they go beyond that also. And losses, of course, due to the rising population, we cannot do away with their urban expansion. The demand of resources, deforestation, or land degradation seems unavoidable. But is it so? There are many ways in which we can, counter those effects. So, UNCCD identified 3 ways of action: avoid, reduce, and reverse wherever possible. We'll be discussing this in the following slides. So, we were talking about ecosystem-based approaches. So, ecosystem-based approaches again is an umbrella term. There are many more terms: ILUM, ILM, integrated land use plan, integrated land management, and then sustainable land management, sustainable land and ecosystem management, and so much so. But then ecosystem-based approach is an umbrella term wherein we are talking about maintaining and improving the ecosystem services while improving on the land productivity and to enhance global food security. At the same time, increasing the resilience of the land and population dependent upon it, and while seeking synergies with social, economic, and environmental objectives. So before this session, we were having a session on biodiversity conservation. But then, we talked about the economics of biodiversity. We talked about the conservation, and we also talked about how anthropogenic impact is ultimately giving a what you call a challenge to biodiversity conservation. But then, when we are talking about land degradation neutrality, and when we are talking about in the terms of UNCCD, how UNCCD see land degradation neutrality, we need to arrive at a synergy wherein our social, economic, and environmental objectives are met. So, we are talking about on the policy domain, we are talking about reinforcing and promoting responsible and inclusive land governance for that. So, of course, landscape approach is one approach that has to be taken. It has been talked about since morning many a times. So, yes, planning has to be done at landscape level, but when it comes to implementation, it should always be at the local level. We'll be talking more about that in the coming slides. So, yes, now we know that India has committed to achieve land degradation neutrality in 26 million hectares of land by 2030. This is our national target. But do we have a plan for that? So yes, we have a plan for that, and we have got 2 separate plans for that. So one is published by National Academy of Agriculture Biosciences. That is roadmap for rehabilitation of 26 million hectares of land. And then there is one publication that is made by, of course, MOFCC, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, National Action Plan to Combat Desertification and Land Degradation through Forestry Interventions. Well, we were part of this NAP, so we know the intricacies of that. And we have gone through the roadmap that is prepared by the agriculture science. So yes, now they take their baseline from these 2 reports. The report by SAC, which says that 30% of our total geographical area is degraded, and the Forest Survey of India report, which says that there are 63 million hectares of forest land wherein we can enrich the forest and where we can improve the productivity of the forest, or wherever like deforestation or reforestation are happening. Thus, we can achieve land degradation neutrality through those actions. So, so there is. So, if we talk about how we have fared so far when it comes to land degradation neutrality, so 2011 is like from when we are reporting for the Bond Challenge, and we have with us Yashbir, who is reporting on the Bond Challenge, and somehow we are also part of it now. So from 2011, if we talk about till 2022, so it is reported that we have 18.94 million hectares that has been restored. Now, this is a data that we are not taking from the Bond Challenge report, but instead we are taking from NAEB. So if we go by this data, there is like shortfall of only 7 million hectares to be achieved, to meet the target, stipulated target of 26 million hectares by 2030. So it doesn't seem much far. But is it so? There are many national policies, schemes that are supporting LDN, and this is like, across the ministries, across the departments. There are, in MOFCC, then there is our Ministry of Agriculture, Watershed, DOLR, Watershed and Rural Development, and then there are other ministries also wherein like different actions are taken for land degradation neutrality. But what I want to underline here is the matrices upon which we determine the success of these activities is different. The scale on which we measure is different. We are talking about hectares of treated land in when it comes to the matrices of plantations that is being managed by Forest Department. But when we talk about watershed, it goes in numbers and number of man days, number of employment generated. So yes, the matrices, the monitoring and evaluation parameters become different. So like we were saying, there is already plan to achieve land degradation neutrality, 2 of them in fact, but then there are some shortfalls in both of them. Of course, fragmented implementation. Second is priority hotspot. There's no system, they have not been addressed. We were talking about the hotspots for biodiversity conservation. Similarly, there are hotspots for degradation also. But then, there are bright spots also. There are hotspots for land degradation, there are bright spots for land degradation neutrality. And of course, weak convergence is one common shortfall or gap that we see in both these national action plans. Monitoring inconsistency, which I have already underlined, and of course, non-forest ecosystem has not been emphasized upon that much. We can, because when we are talking about land, it goes across the sectors. So yes, the multi-tier approach, we were talking about the landscape approach. The idea is to have a planning at a national level or landscape level, and then implementation at the rural level, at you say the most basic level. Why? Because everyone, every stakeholder has got a different, aspiration from the land that is to be restored. So their aspiration are also to be recognized. And also, one solution doesn't fit all. Maybe we are planning something for a landscape level, but at the ground level, it might need some tweaking, some do away with the usual course of action so that it fit to the requirements, ecological as well as socio-economic or economic requirement of that area. The idea is while we strive to meet the global target, our action should be regional, and of course at national level we have to see that we are achieving the national target and international commitments that we have made at national level. I have also outlined the principle of landscape level planning. And yeah, the output that we are going to get, ecological connectivity, stakeholder participation, and land tenure security. I could go more in. I can dive deeper into this, but there is already literature available, and pathways to achieve land degradation neutrality that has been published by COSLM is available on ICFRE website for free to download. I encourage you to please go and download the document. Similarly, NAP is also available on the ministry website, so it can be downloaded. So moving on. Now we come about reversing. Avoiding is, of course, we have already discussed about the biodiversity rich areas which has to be managed as hands-off zone or even hands-on zone so that not much destruction of this biodiversity or the habitat happens over there. But when we coming to reversing reversing the degradation, this is our second pathway. While we were doing this national reporting to UNCCD, we identified the hotspots, the land degradation hotspots, as well as the bright spots, of course. So these comprise of mining degraded zones, arid, semi-arid zones, shifting cultivation, saline, and this thing. Here we have to take action, reversal actions to rehabilitate those land, reclaim those land. So this is required, and this can be done through nature-based solutions, wherein plantation of native species, soil biota restoration, then hydrology repair. So it again, like one size doesn't fit all. We have to go to the hotspot, assess the conditions over there. We know the drivers. We know the drivers because it is easy to determine the drivers, but we need to assess the field conditions. We need to talk to the stakeholders, what are their aspirations, and we need to identify what actually they want. What if they want a grassland instead of a plantation? So those has to be addressed accordingly. So that is reversal, of course, convergence upon sectors. So Alien requires coordinated action. There are already different ministries which are acting independently for achieving land degradation neutrality. We need to, resources are limited, and by convergence, we can make best out of what is available with us. As well as it will result in resource optimization and unified land outputs to meet the aspiration of the actual stakeholders. Yes, community-driven approach, the speaker before me underlined it. in way forward. I will also further dwell upon it. Of course, community involvement is important because it will, how to say, if something belongs to a community, community cares for it, and thus we can ensure the sustainability of the entire process. If one owns the process, if one owns the project, it is deemed to succeed. So it becomes community involvement becomes very, very important. It can be done through already existing JFMCs, one panchayat, tribal communities, which are already existing. And if not, we can go and make one. Then gender responsive model, of course. When we are talking about gender responsive model, women led watershed and agroforestry models, there are many incidences and case studies where it has shown that the women, whenever this restorative action is taken with the women-led group, they are bound to succeed more as compared to the one where the men are leading. I wonder, I can be biased, but we have people from UN who can watch upon it. Of course, then there is, of course, linking the livelihood to the restoration. If there is a very good example wherein a abandoned mine area was restored back to a grassland in New Zealand, and it is working like anything. And people are chipping in. People are, investing time, money to maintain that. So even after when the mining company has drawn back from that site is being maintained, and people own that project. So yes, if it is linked to the livelihood, it is bound to succeed, and indigenous knowledge has to be respected. And yes, we were talking about financial mechanism, payment for ecosystem services. In India, we have a green credit program that has been launched in, it is housed in ICFRE, launched by Ministry, of course, which is moving in that direction only. So yes, integrating technology monitoring and digital ecosystem. Of course, we were discussing having people in field, but then at the same time, not ignoring technology is also important. We need to accept the technology and the technological advances. Yes, it is if it is the technological advances supplemented with field knowledge and field experience, will give better results, better outputs. Those models are going to give better output. And when we are talking about monitoring and digital ecosystem, everybody is now switching to the digital monitoring. UNCCD has already moved in this direction. They are monitoring the implementation of convention to the PRIAS4 portal. So now when we are doing the reporting to UNCCD, we are doing it through the PRIAS4 portal. And I believe soon UNFCCC as well as CBD will adopt digital monitoring models. They are on the way. We will be discussing that. So, in the NAP2 National Action Plan for Achieving Land Degradation Neutrality that we have prepared for Ministry of Environment and Forest, we have proposed a 4-tier monitoring model wherein GIS as well as field-based technology as well as integrating the local community also is proposed. This is our last slide. So role of COSLMs, I believe all of you know about it, but again, for the benefit of the larger audience, COSLM was established following the commitment made by our Prime Minister in COP14. Since then, we are working on developing national knowledge and reporting hub, digital platform for monitoring, capacity building program. We have already reached out to 91 countries, and we are moving on. Then best practices, compilation of best practices. We are regularly coming up with the compendium of best practices and technical support for states and ministries. We are doing that. And yeah, the takeaway message is LDN is not a sectoral mission. It is a landscape mission. So it goes beyond the sectors. It's not just a forest department duty or agriculture department duty. It goes beyond that. And with ecosystem-based approach and collective action, we can lead the global efforts in land restoration. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sanjay Singh. This was again a wonderful presentation. Although both the presentations were more focused on land degradation, whereas we are also looking the nature-based or ecosystem-based approaches, based solutions for other major challenges in Himalaya, like spring rejuvenation or soil conservation or agriculture-related sectors and other livelihood-related sectors. So I hope I will get some feedback or more information from the panel members. There is no fixed panel member in this session, so everyone is equally panel member, or including the students. So now I request the chair to give remarks on the presentation and further open the session for the discussion.
I think this is open house. So first discussion will be at the tail end. And I also have a presentation if time will permit. But anyway, so let us start with Dr. Tiwari. You see, sometimes I feel that let us take one example. When it comes to the when we have eco-friendly water harvesting system, what kind of material you are going to use? I mean, many a times we said that that technology which is conventional nowadays in cement, steel, and all those kind of things should not be much used in the system. But then, which kind of he showed some photograph also. So if you are using some local material, maybe quantum. First of all, the cost of labor cost is not cheap nowadays. Whether you are using any sophisticated material or you are using a local material, you have to pay. Rather, the quantity, for example, in Ladakh, we are using different kind of structures. And when we are using local structure, we are spending more money and recovery is very slow. So it is up to us to decide which kind of structure we are going to use. And even local structure which we are using is not easily available. You have to mine a lot of soil here and there, that kind of soil. Then a technique is also not available. Those kind of old techniques are not available. So somehow, sometimes we make a lot of errors and then structure will not last long. So let me tell you a funny story in Arunachal Pradesh, what happened in my university. Dr. Lodi was there at the time maybe, but he is not aware of that funny story. There was a natural water catchment area in front of VC office, Vice Chancellor office. And it was having about 1.5 meter, 2 meter of water and in big area. So a lot of people came to me, told me that, sir, if we put little money here and we make some structure here, this water table will go up to 4-5 meter and we can retain that kind of water. So I called the team, planning committee and all those people. I said that let us look into it. I gave responsibility to the engineering block. I mean, all those staff. So they did some kind of construction here and there. And then it was raining seriously during those months. And one night security people came to me that, sir, Gaawala is coming to you to meet. Then I said, what happened? Then he said that structure which they created, it is now leaking seriously. And even that water which used to be stored there, 2 meter of water is also not there now. All the water went away. So you see, when we are doing this kind of construction and we are not very careful, the old property will also go away. So anyway, I solved that problem. What I'm trying to tell you through this story is that no matter what we try, reversal is sometimes very difficult. And then we have to also very careful that let me tell you, what is happening in Africa or in Sudan. They are using very primitive resources, they are go green kind of people, very near to the nature. But you think they are happy? They are not happy. I mean, they are always talking among themselves that why we are not getting resources like other countries are getting. So is a good concept. But then go green is going to sustain all your requirement is the mega question. I mean, it's $1 million question. For example, the larger population, all these years we have spent on research, having hiding varieties. Do you think green kind of concept when we have, where is the germplasm? Where are those old seeds? Do you think with the huge population, with the limiting resources like farmyard manure or those kind of go green kind of concept is going to feed us all? It's not possible. I mean, and then imagine 1 hectare of, like suppose you want to cultivate 1 hectare of wheat, how much nutrient we need? I mean, every farmer, I have a big failure in Mirzapur area because water was a problem. We went for direct cereal rice. You know, farmers refuse to adopt that technology. हमारी बड़ी बेइज्जती हो जाएगी. We will be insulting ourselves in the society that I'm getting only maybe 20-25 quintals of production in my field, 1 hectare of land. So we are looking for 45 quintals of production. So we are not going to go for this kind of thing. Even in case of paddy, direct cereal rice means paddy. So they refused to adopt that technology. We wanted this NIP. I think you are aware that project government of India gave us. So going the green concept look very beautiful, but do you think you are going to sustain your population? Because those three school of thoughts of sustainability. First, if you want development, you have to have peace in the system. That means the minimum requirement of those people to give them enough food. That means full nutrition, food security, nutritional security has to be met. Now, with the local arrangement, do you think we are going to feed that large population? That is first basic requirement of sustainability. That is first thought. That means the people living in that geographical area must be given enough food and enough nutritional security. Second, okay, we should not deteriorate our soil. Okay, that one we are discussing now. How to preserve this productivity of the soil, how to not to pollute the soil so that we can hand over these precious resources to our future generation. This is the second. Third one is that I mean every enterprise must produce very little waste or no waste. We used to give a name, waste is wealth. I have another story from Benin Republic. I think you know that a small country, Francophone country, very near to Nigeria. I was working in Nigeria, World Bank at that time. So there's one farm named Songhai. Student may take note. Songhai farm. Name of the farm is Songhai farm. And the person who was managing was father in Jamujo. He was trained in US. He was mechanical engineer. So his farm was like waste is wealth. And Gunter Padi, I brought the name in the morning. Gunter Padi was consultant to that farm, who gave the terminology of the difference between blue economy and green economy. He said somehow that blue economy is much more better than the green economy because green economy is only supporting the environment, but blue economy is on its own in the nature. So very little aspect was given under blue economy for aqua food, but major principle was that all the technology must be regenerative in nature. So what he did in that farm, he was using the waste of one enterprise. For example, the water coming out of the fish, he was using in the irrigating the baby corn or maybe ginger and all those kind of things. He will be taking out the ginger from the field. He was removing the juice and he was serving to the people ginger ale. That was the name of the product, ginger ale. And the remnant of ginger was used in the oven to smoke the chicken and potato. So there was a restaurant also. He was doing business also. So then he was slaughtering the chicken also. Poultry was it was big poultry. 1,000 birds were there. And then he was using the farm produced maize, and then magotry. He was having magotry. All the carcass coming out of this chicken carcass, he was using a magotry, and you will not believe that he was producing in a day 500 kilogram, half ton, 500 kilogram of maggots, and he was feeding these maggots to the poultry together with the other concentrate. So he was mixing all the enterprise and using the waste of one enterprise as a wealth for the other enterprise. But one day what happened? There was a problem. Some pathogen attack was there or something happened. His poultry was eradicated, fish farm was gone, and he was just stunned, like what to do now? So that means at one given point in time, there's a need for us to infuse something out of the system also. So go green concept is not very easy nowadays, and reversal is very difficult. So we have to mix the technology. This is what I believe in the farming also. In the case of second presentation, I think, yeah, it it is a call of the day. We have to use these digital technologies in our system. We have to infuse them so that data can be generated. Our data is very scattered. We have maybe 500 institutions working in this area. Even universities, in the country, we have 1,000 universities. 53 of them are central universities, 700 some universities are state universities, then deemed universities. So almost 1,000 universities are there. Many colleges are there where we have programs also. All these institutions are working one way or the other in the field of sustainability. But then output is not comprehensively available on one platform. There is need for us to devise a means of integrating all this information, and let us make it available to the younger ones here, or maybe other researchers also, so that we don't spend money in repeating the researches. So this is one thing we have to do. And now let me hand over the microphone to Dr. Lodi so that we can start giving chance to the panelists here. All of you are panelists and even the students. Let us see what we can discuss, and maybe we can take note how to go forward. Thank you, Dr. Lodi. Over to you.
Thank you very much. So now the session is open for discussion. I invite one by one everyone from the student group as well as the faculty. Sir, anyone?
कल की स्टोरी बता दो रात की. मैंने आज दिन में बोला लेकिन फिर पूरा नहीं किया. मैं I'm telling in Hindi. Are you comfortable in Hindi, all of you, or some of you are not? तो डॉक्टर साहब ने कल मुझे बताया कि जब वो जवान रहे होंगे तो जिस वो उसमें रहते थे फ्लैट्स वगैरह में जहां वो रहते थे, तो एक परिवार में एक बच्चे के लिए लाल रंग की वो से बच्चे के लिए गाड़ी खरीदी गई, कार जैसे दिखने वाली गाड़ी. तो डॉक्टर साहब के यहाँ शायद अपने आपके यहाँ ही उन्होंने वाइफ ने कहा कि बच्चे के लिए भी गाड़ी लानी है. नीड और मैंने कहा था डिमांड में बहुत ज्यादा फर्क है. वो हो सकता है कि डॉक्टर साहब का बच्चा उसमें छोटा रहा हो लेकिन उतना बड़ा नहीं रहा होगा जिसके लिए वो गाड़ी आई थी. लेकिन धर्मपत्नी ने ये कहा कि गाड़ी चाहिए, तो डॉक्टर साहब ने कहा ठीक है लाते हैं. पत्नी ने दूसरा इंस्ट्रक्शन क्या दिया, ये कहा कि गाड़ी वैसे ही लाल होनी चाहिए जैसे उसकी थी, वरना बच्चा चलाएगा ही नहीं. सो दैट काइंड ऑफ नीड वी आर जनरेटिंग इन द सिस्टम. डॉक्टर साहब ने कल 2-3 स्टोरी सुनाई थी. एक वो वॉशिंग मशीन की भी स्टोरी थी. मैं कहना ये चाह रहा था, आई वाज ट्राइंग टू एक्सप्लेन दैट दीज डिमांड्स, सी हाउ फनी सिस्टम वी हैव डेवलप्ड अ सिस्टम. For example, earlier, I think about 20 years ago, I remember vividly in Varanasi, that water used to come through this municipal corporation pipeline. 20 years ago, 30 years ago. Now every house has borehole. Development, what is the meaning of development? How we are going to be sustainable when every house is going to have a borehole? When we develop, in any developed country, tell me the name. Most of the developed countries, they have a public distribution system. If it is water, water channels are working, our pipeline is working, very conduit pipe is served, water is served through pipeline. Go to UK, people will use their own personal vehicle to reach to the nearest conduit. Jahan pe wo railway station hoga. Everyone is going to park and they are going to use the public transportation system. हमने क्या किया? अच्छी खासी बस चल रही थी, हमने सबको खराब किया, चढ़ने लायक नहीं बनाया. मुझे नहीं लगता कि आप में से कोई भी किसी पब्लिक बस में चला होगा 20 साल से, नहीं चला होगा. और दूसरे देशों में ये उल्टा हो रहा है. तो हम सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात कहां से लेकर आएंगे? हमने पहले ये सीवर सिस्टम ठीक था, हमारे घरों में सीवर सिस्टम पुराने जमाने का था. अभी हमने सोक सबने बनाया है, किसी कोई घर ऐसा नहीं होगा जो नया बन रहा हो उसमें सोक पीट ना हो. तो वी आर ट्राइंग टू फ्रॉम कॉमन टू इंडिविजुअल. So this is going to cost us a lot, and इसमें कोई सिस्टम भी नहीं है. अगर गवर्नमेंट ने ये कहा कि आपका सोक पिट, मुझे I used to work with Padma Vibhushan Vidyadevi Pathak. My father used to work with him also. Rather they were all friends. तो एक दिन मुझे उन्होंने यही बताया कि वो हमारे दिल्ली में जब उनका प्रोजेक्ट चल रहा था, उन्होंने कहा कि हमारा सिस्टम था मैक्सिमम 2 मीटर डेप्थ तक हम जाएंगे, पैसा बचाने के लिए लोगों ने 3 मीटर 4 मीटर 5 मीटर तक गड्ढा कर दिया कि 10 साल तक खोलना नहीं पड़ेगा. व्हाट वी हैव डन, वी कंटेमिनेटेड द वाटर, ग्राउंड वाटर. तो हम पॉलिसी को अब्यूज करते हैं फॉर स्मॉल बेनिफिट. देन वी कम बैक टू द कॉन्फ्रेंस रूम एंड देन वी टॉक दैट हमारे यहाँ क्या हो रहा है, कैसे हो रहा है, क्यों हो रहा है. सो देयर इज अ नीड फॉर अस टू चेंज द एटीट्यूड ऑल्सो. जब तक हम एटीट्यूड ही नहीं बदलेंगे चीजों के लिए तो आई मीन इट्स वेरी डिफिकल्ट. अभी आप देखिए हम लोग वैसे तो मैंने 14 साल विदेश में काम किया है नाइजीरिया में. अभी देखिए कि अगर हम घर में देखें तो कितना प्लास्टिक रोज हम पैदा कर रहे हैं, हाउ मेनी ग्राम्स ऑफ प्लास्टिक वी आर यूजिंग, है ना. फिर इसको डिस्पोज कैसे करते हैं. ये सारे प्लास्टिक तो पहाड़ों में भी नजर आते हैं. सुब्रत इज हियर, ही विल टेल अस. जब भी मैं लद्दाख के किसी कॉर्नर में जाता हूं तो सर पकड़ने का मन करता है कि कम से कम 500 किलोग्राम प्लास्टिक पड़ा होगा कोने में. ये उनका ही देश है, ये हमारा ही देश है, बट वी डोंट टेक केयर ऑफ द होल थिंग. तो एटीट्यूड भी बदलना पड़ेगा, थोड़ा सा कंजर्वेटिव होना पड़ेगा, थोड़ा सा नीड्स को रेगुलेट करना पड़ेगा. दिस इज व्हाट आई फील. एनीवेज, ओवर टू यू सर.
Thank you, sir. So I think Sanjeev ji has a lot to say on the ecosystem research approaches. Please, you can take this mic.
First of all, I think we'll thank the speakers for very insightful presentations. I think speaking of watershed management, integrated watershed management, so the concept has been there since very long, no doubt. We know that. It has also been implemented in this region since long. My question to you would be, given that you started your talk with a scenario where climate is getting more and more extreme, and you talked about cloudbursts, etc. So what is new in the watershed management? Meaning, is it the conventional way which we are doing still, the watershed programs, or has your institution built new knowledge systems which would make watershed management planning more resilient? That is something I would like to know from you. And maybe just coming to you also, Dr. Sanjay ji, that see, you talked of landscape level of management. He talked of watershed management. How do the two converge? Are we having two different sets of plans, or are they overlapping? How do they complement each other? So this is something I feel could be, maybe I'm not fully aware of it, but you would have something to. So
when we are talking about ecosystem-based approach, it compares the everything you can do. So that ultimately the productivity of ecosystem is restored.
Yeah.
So when we are talking about landscape level restoration, sir, at some point you might be needing some watershed intervention. Okay. At the other point, there might be some other intervention that is required, maybe enriching ANR, maybe, or maybe climate resilient agriculture, or maybe any other action at the field level. So when we are talking about landscape level approach, like we are talking about the flow of services, and we are addressing degradation at the point, like, you know, if we have in upper watershed, if we are having that land, soil erosion or something, we go for watershed intervention. And if in the lower, this thing, if some pollution or anything is to be addressed.
Embedded within the landscape. Thank
you. Have something to offer from
from my end. Okay. I think from my end, because I'm more involved in springs now, spring shed management. And when I see the term ridge to valley, I think in spring shed we are saying valley to ridge to valley, because the recharge areas of certain springs could lie in another watershed at the back of whatever. It depends on the scale, of course. So how do we integrate the spring shed management approaches of also integrating the hydrogeological, aspects, which was not so significant in the previous watershed programs I've been associated with. But we are seeing this, that the recharge areas could lie in another watershed, which means it could lie or belong to another community. How do you bring that interlinkage between different sets of communities? One which is benefiting from springs, the other which actually has the recharge area and controls it, and then the incentivization part of bringing upstream, downstream, or to watershed communities come together is a big issue, I guess, apart from the interdepartmental and interdisciplinary convergence, which is so important. I think this is my key reflection on the overall watershed approach, but I know in India a lot is happening. The watershed new guide, the version 2 guideline, did integrate springs into the springshed management, and I know DLR is now thinking of even going bigger in terms of its integration into the new watershed guidelines, which might come any point of time in future. But I think this is something of how do you bring the watershed communities together for an issue like groundwater or springshed management is also an issue. Thank you.
Exactly. The stakeholders, as far watershed development is concerned, if the benefit is not shared to the primary stakeholder farmers, so for that land resource mapping, it's the new initiative taken by ICR and our institute also. In that, every farmer's net planning of entire watershed, so that we can record soil, water, fertility, other issues. And that database is required to be, earlier it was up to the watershed scale, but here up to the farm levels. So every farm is recorded in the watershed planning. And this mapping is done by the LIDAR mapping and drone. And already we are using, of course, that is up to some extent, but trying to the higher resolution data. So Nagpur, one research organization of the ICR, also working on that. In collaboration, this is the one of the initiative by our side. And this map, we will be positioned in, we are in position to bring to our public domain. The second, potential water erosion, soil erosion. Of course, long back 16.35 ton per hectare per year. That is the 1980. That time it was estimated in 2016. That is 1 ton is less than the earlier one, but it is only 1 ton. So there is so many questions coming on that. After so many watershed activities and other activities, even though we are not able to reduce much, only 1 ton. So of course the climate is one of the factors. That factor, anyhow, we are trying to moderate by our efforts. If watershed would not have, so what will be happen? So few initiative in particular this area and integration with the different organizations to collaborate the activities, particularly to capitalize the activities in the watershed. Of course, as far as spring rejuvenation is concerned, long back we are working there, trenches and other recharge structures. Even delineation of the water spring is a very difficult task today. So expanding that work up to the sub-basin level, do the activities, whatever recharge is required at the basin level, a monitor at the basin level. At least to a large scale, we can able to show some achievements. At the micro level, whatever we are doing, that work is not transforming directly in the economic achievements or acceptable achievements. So on that direction, we are working.
Now I request Gupta sir for his input or suggestions.
Thank you for the excellent presentations. But since we are discussing on a wider domain, so what I would say that the greater challenge basically, even if we are talking about land degradation reversal, nature-based region, those are not isolated issues. But in research domain, actually, research domain or for the sake of developing proposal, for the sake of seeking funding, what is happening? Those become isolated agenda. Whereas land is one system. If you are talking about developing infrastructure, it is the same land. If you're talking of conservation, it is the same land. If you're talking of a watershed, it's the same land. In fact, watershed approach is basically of it's primarily of integrated this thing. But what is happening? That all these lessons are not going into planning. If you just go and look at the district level planning or sub-district level planning, and if we see last 15 years, so many good projects we did. There are improvements at particular site also. The pilot site, there are improvements. We have very good documentation, case studies also. We can demonstrate also that, yeah, please come and see. There are people who have better water availability now, based on the watershed interventions or the conservation interventions. But scale is a big question. India's land, including Himalayan land, is a matter of scale. It is not a small, and many times we talk of examples from other countries जो यहाँ से चलिए शाम को सुबह चलिए और शाम तक पैदल ही क्रॉस कर लेंगे उस देश को. And okay, that example may also be good, but वहाँ पे वो स्केल बड़ा नहीं है. हमारे यहाँ तो स्केल बड़ा है ना. इतना बड़ा हिमालय, उसके बाद सर लद्दाख भी हिमालय है, ये भी लद्दाख है. But see, no comparison. Comparison, including Ladakh में Kargil और Leh, no comparison. To see the diversity in Himalayas, Uttarakhand and Garhwal and Kumayu, there are huge differences. So the lessons, how do they go into system? I think this is one major issue. And again, another kind of system. How do we look at the system? These things from a systemic perspective. हम अपने पर्पस को तो अचीव करना चाहते हैं. कंजर्वेशन हम कंजर्वेशन करके दिखा देंगे, बहुत बढ़िया, very good. But sustainability of the impacts will lie if it has co-benefits, and those co-benefits are also clearly seen. है ना? क्योंकि I was discussing in previous forum where we had the hardliner discussions that tourism is spoiling ecology, but there will be some session where people will say that livelihood is a major challenge and tourism is the foremost opportunity for livelihood. So basically we have to see the things in relationship, and I think पहाड़ों के लिए infrastructure, ecosystem and livelihood, ये तीन चीजें बहुत जरूरी मुझे लगती हैं. And at the same time culture also, because पहाड़ों को आपने पूरा बदल दिया तो फिर पहाड़ नहीं रह गए. That is also something, because the पहाड़ की जो आइडेंटिटी है, ये टोपी पहनाई है, तो थोड़े दिन बाद ये टोपी की जगह हम अंग्रेजी टोपी पहनाने लगे तो फिर कोई मतलब नहीं है. So recently I started talking particularly post Dharali and post Kiswar. In fact, my team also we discussed that how do we look at alternative development model. लोग तो हैं ही, जरूरतें हैं ही, घर भी चाहिए. वही सब बात कर रहे थे, सबसे बात कर रहे थे कि हम बड़े घर में रहते हैं और दूसरे बोल तुम्हें घर भी नहीं मिलेगा जी, कंजर्वेशन करना है तो कौन. दैट इज द रीजन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट्स आर कमिंग ना. कहेंगे भाई आपको मिल गई कार, अब आप दूसरे को कहेंगे आप तुम पैदल चलो. सो हाउ टू कम अप विद ए मॉडल. डिफिकल्ट है ये मॉडल की बात करना, आसान है, डिफिकल्ट आसान है, बात ग्राउंड पे करना डिफिकल्ट है. बट क्या हम सोच सकते हैं कोई एक एरिया लें जिसमें हेजर्ड्स भी हों, जिसमें कंजर्वेशन साइट्स भी हों, और उसके अंदर हम सोचें वो जो कैरिंग कैपेसिटी की बात जो पहले हो रही थी उसको दोबारा से नए पर्सपेक्टिव में लाएं. पहले बहुत थोड़ा दूसरे पर्सपेक्टिव से हो रही थी, असेम्बलेटिव कैपेसिटी, सपोर्टिंग कैपेसिटी, और उनके लिंकेजेस को देख करके देते हैं क्या रिसोर्सेज लैंड सिस्टम हमारा सप्लाई कर रहा है, कितना वेस्ट और पोल्यूशन को असिमुलेट करेगा. बट नाउ क्लाइमेट चेंज ने पूरा बदल दिया है. तो अगर हम कुछ ऐसे मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी टीम बना के ऐसे कुछ एग्जाम्पल निकाले, मे बी वो बहुत 100% सक्सेस नहीं होंगे, बट एटलीस्ट वो कुछ उस दिशा में कुछ कदम हो, तो वो हम लोग भी सोच रहे हैं. एंड देन मेरा ये थॉट है कि वी नीड टू कम अप विद दिस. हिमालयाज में मे बी एक जगह हो, फिर हम दूसरी जगह का सोचेंगे कि वहां पे क्या मॉडल हो सकता है। जैसे धराली है, आप कुछ भी कर लीजिए, लोगों को आप बोलेंगे दूसरी जगह ले जाओ, वो तो पॉसिबल है ही नहीं ना, लैंड है ही नहीं पहाड़ों में, द लैंड इज द लिमिटिंग फैक्टर। इवन इसकी बात होती है कि मल्टी स्टोरीड, हर मीटिंग में बात होती है, लोग कहते हैं कि मल्टी स्टोरीड बिल्डिंग है, बन रही है शिलोंग में भी खूब मल्टी स्टोरी, जब जहां जाइए मल्टी स्टोरी बिल्डिंग्स बन रही। तो नहीं बने तो क्या करें, नहीं बने तो करें क्या। हर जगह हम लोग कह रहे हैं कि इफ यू हैव टू थिंक ऑफ प्रोटेक्टिंग द लैंड, अगर लैंड को थोड़ी बचाना है तो वही वर्टिकल है, बट ओनली थिंक अब वो उसमें डिजाइन पे बात आएगी, उसमें फिर ग्रीनिंग द बिल्डिंग्स की बात आएगी, मटेरियल की बात आएगी। तो सस्टेनेबिलिटी हैज टू बी सीन इन अ डिफरेंट वे ऑल टुगेदर नाउ, नॉट ओनली कि सिर्फ हम छोड़ देंगे। नए नए जो डेवलपमेंट का पूरा डिजाइन कैसा हो सकता है उसको करके देखें। मुझे मेरे मन में एक ख्याल आया कि आई शुड शेयर एट दिस फोरम।
Thank you so much. I don't have much to say, but my only suggestion would be this house should come up with a very, very concrete solution towards not only, restoration of degraded land and soil, or watershed, but also quite a lot of area in the Himalayan region is degraded due to infestation of invasive alien species. Lantana infested area, many villages are abandoned, and there is a problem of leopards and other wild pigs and so on. And farmers are really, they have just raised their hands. So if on a pilot basis in some areas, if we can, use that biomass of Lantana, Eupatorium and other things in a, such a way that it is a win-win situation. One side, we make use of that land for production of fodder and fuel wood and other things. On the other hand, we restore the natural vegetation. So towards that, we should think of some really concrete pilot areas and implement it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I would like to interact first with Dr. Tiwari and also with the other speaker when they make use of the term watershed management or arresting land degradation. I'm quite sure watershed approach means you mean integrated watershed management, because the watershed approach is no more exist. Okay. So Uttarakhand, I am linking your discussion with Uttarakhand when we talk about the watershed management of Uttarakhand. And we are fortunate enough, with the birth of the Uttarakhand, we created the Directorate of Watershed Management in Dehradun. And we have a long experience of implementing watershed management program. I am underlining the word program or project, not a regular basis, not a permanent basis. They are funded by some agencies, and as long as the fund is available, they are implemented. Wonderful. And Dr. Tiwari, you ranked Uttarakhand in the best performing state in terms of the watershed. Yes. But could you please share with me some of the watershed Uttarakhand, sir, that your showcase Fakot and okay, I'm sorry for that, where the watershed management activities have been successful in attaining the desired results in terms of arresting the degradation of land, particularly in terms of generating the sediment load. Do you have an example? Any watershed other than Fakot?
On Langa near Vikasnagar, watershed, that is what is happening. Nearby the city, we developed some watershed. Kalimati is also near Raipur. So urbanization is so fast. After the development and water supply is ensured in the area, the cost of the land is increased manifold, and that area urbanizing so fast rate in those vicinity of the Dehradun. So at today, if you say as on today, of course we are not able to show that watershed is really functioning today. But of course the development, one of the reason for that development is activities done under the watershed. And as your question is very valid, that like Sukhamajri and Fakot, we have don't example to show
Very good morning. Sir, I would like to add. Since you are working for a long in the integrated watershed management, and when in Uttarakhand, the watershed management directorate was established right at the birth of the state, the noble idea behind this was that being a new state, mountainous state, the Uttarakhand should move ahead with a integrated watershed management approach, not only for the conservation of land, water, and forest resources, but for the overall integrated development. But that not happened so far. And I think it is a very, very ideal spatial geographical unit to integrate several interrelated components of the development, including the disaster risk reduction and the climate change adaptation at the watershed level. So what do you think about that? Can we attain this goal in coming years? If integrated watershed-based management approach for the overall development process means leaving the approach of administrative unit, tehsil, block, and district. So what is the future? Because that was the idea floated by the Food and Agricultural Organization, and that was the idea recommended in the Rio 1992. The mountainous countries should go ahead with the watershed management approach for implementing all developmental programs, including poverty eradication, women's empowerment, any component of development have to be integrated at the watershed level. What do you think? This is just your idea. What about that?
2-3 meetings, Chief Secretary, I attended, particularly SERA, Spring Rejuvenation. And state government policy level is so much anxious, you can say, that how could we enhance our water resources, rainwater resources at the local level. And for that, plenty of check dam schemes, they are initiated through the watershed. Secondly, for spring rejuvenation. So as far discussion is concerned at the government level, they are serious, particularly for the rainwater conservation. And just after 2-3 disasters of extreme events, they are instantly serious about the cloud burst and how could we moderate the situation of the cloud burst. They are talking, but of course, one point also I add, not only the model watershed here, initially Uttarakhand expected to be a leader of watershed management in the country. But we are not up to the mark. I request for a quick reply on this establishment of watershed management, what you are saying, directorate in the state from the beginning. So is this a successful model of institutional arrangement or policy in Uttarakhand, or there are some lacunas in it? If this is a perfect model, then can we continue it for further 25 years? This I request for a quick answer on this from both of you. Yeah.
Okay. I think
because we have a pointer for discussion in our session.
It is not an
for policy and institutional arrangement.
When I recommend something, the mountainous region has to go with the integrated watershed management if they want to be sustainable in the management of natural resources, biodiversity, forest, water, as well as they are going to be sustainable with urban growth, in rural development, in livelihood operation. Because this is the most ideal and logical approach based on the natural boundaries, the hydrological boundary. Why? Water is the most fundamental resource. All other resources evolve through the water. So, and water behaves in a different manner from one watershed to other watershed. So if you are able to manage the water through the watershed management, so we are following the science, okay? And if we follow the watershed management, if we are able to manage the hydrological responses within the watershed, how the water is received, how the water is restored, and how the water is released from the watershed, and how it is affecting the processes of soil, land, biodiversity, forest, then we can have a very optimal plan for the mountainous region of the country. So I can say we need to go.
Yeah, this is a general recommendation you are saying, but I was
Thank you, sir.
particularly about this directorate which was established in the beginning of state.
And bringing every department under one umbrella was the basic concept into that. So it has not overlapped on the administrative boundaries as defined by the other ways of definition, creating the definition of an administrative boundary. So in that way, that watershed directorate was functioning. Later on, what happened? India government started with this program. It was phase 1, phase 2, both. And there were continuous monitoring on that program, and the same concept was carried on further. In my opinion, then this was under Ministry of Agriculture, and we did a long, this GB Pant Institute, and I was also part of that. We did this program under Shivalik Development Strategy. That was created, the program was created that time. And we were external evaluator across for 3 states, Jammu Kashmir, Himachal, and Uttarakhand, partly Punjab and Haryana. So we visited every state, and there we evaluated their watershed program. So we found that if you are not overlapping with the administrative boundary, you are failed to scale up the what Dr. Gupta said already. So scale up problem is like that. It is a similar concept what these days in the defense is going on. That one how you call it, the CDS, they created a post of CDS to integrate Army, Navy, Air Force together and bringing the operational theater command into at one place like we have in Andaman. Under one. So this is the same concept, but problem is only that it is an externally funded program. So whenever this external funding is gone, this is not working.
But IWMP, Integrated Watershed Management Program, still running under that. That's true, the government funded. But if we see the beneficiary in the country from the watershed, hill states are the biggest beneficiary, whether northwestern part or northeastern Himalayan region. So this is one, and what Dr. told, that is true. We have no option rather than watershed, which we are talking about the conservation of natural resource and its sustenance. So we must go with the watershed concept.
I was just trying to know whether we are going in right direction or not, or there are midterm corrections are needed in this or not. This was I'm trying to know. In this your program.
You have a very good program, but how to bring it into the reality? On a small project or a small watershed level, you can demonstrate it. Undoubtedly, there are many benefits. Those were passed out to the community and people were involved in that. It was an integrated approach. But when you come to the planning, your district plan doesn't include that. If I remember correctly, initially there was a 10% budget for climate and disaster related activities in every department. I am not sure that this is functional or right now or not. Even PWD had it. Rural development had it. Earlier they were not done. So question is that how you are going to implement it and how you are. If you recall the earlier British time boundaries of Tehsil and all district boundaries, they are all natural boundaries, either on a ridge or the river. But after that, we have created a straight line between Nainital and Rudrapur, and now we have 2 districts. Your Rudrapur railway station platform falls in 2 states, half in UP, half in Uttarakhand.
So how you are going to manage this is a very different kind of situation.
We are running too late. We have one question from the Bhagwan sir, and then we'll take only one remark or question from. Yeah, please. After Bhagwan, please. Yeah. Bhagwan sir, आप बोल लीजिए. Put down your mic again and again.
Related to your talk, you dwelled upon so many techniques and measures which are known to the soil conservation people. I'm not saying to everybody for the last more than 50 years, I know, but maybe more than that year. So what we expected from you is what are the issues, whether anything, missing, anything, if everything is going on, then why are we sitting here? What are the issues in soil and water conservation which Himalaya is facing in order to support the Himalayan conclave, that these are the things for which we require this thing. That is one point. To your lecture second, you said that land degradation by this agency was this much, by this agency was this much. What is your role in that? What I'm not considering that way. Don't take it otherwise. You are making policy, So you are depending on other maps. What we are talking is policy maker is different. Map बनाने वाला अलग है. तो उनके matching कैसे होगी? After you are enjoying that this department is producing this data, this department is producing this data. You are enjoying that, like in the moderator, So yeah. This is my take it in the lighter side, right? So why don't you get it done through yourself? This is what I'm saying. This is the problem India is facing. Now I will come to this is over. I'm saying that we have to discuss this for a long time. What senior? You are taking my time now. Not my time. Right? Because I have been given only 1 or 2 minutes, and I have to finish in that. What this gentleman, senior professor or doctor, was saying, watershed management, in the session of land and water conservation, I had shown my views that integrated watershed management and approach is the requirement. But at what scale? Micro watershed, sub watershed, watershed, that we have to say. But can we do water balance studies at the watershed level? This was the point. So watershed management means everything, but then the implementation. Now this is what I am supporting his view that we should do like this. My next point is last point, that by chance are we bypassing state execution authority in our work? No, I'm just asking. I don't know whether, because everything is done by state. In India, the constitution, as per the constitution, every implementation, execution is done by state. So all central institutions have to support them, and they have to implement everything, not central institutions. Your role is only to show the pilot studies that this can be done like this, this can be done like this. But rest of the work, GST कौन collect करता है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन कौन कलेक्ट करता है, लैंड का पार्ट कौन देखता है, किसके पास लैंड है, किसका कहाँ जा रहा है, उसके वो कौन देखता है, सब स्टेट देखता है. So state we should strengthen the state for the capacity that you do this thing. It is your state. अभी ग्लेशियर बनाएगा, मान लीजिए कोई आदमी तमिलनाडु में या अहमदाबाद में, और स्टेट बोलेगा तुम्हारा इतना ग्लेशियर है, वो तो बोल रहे थे इतना ग्लेशियर रिट्रीट हो रहा है, वो बोल रहे थे ये. So let you make your map, let you assess and do the inventory for your state. This is what my point is. But for that, they require to be strengthened. These are the only points.
As far what was said is concerned, particularly the new technology, one check dam is very common term, but a variety of the check dam.
Gabion structure is very common term, but what technology I have shown? Embedded check dam. Gabion check dam only used for retention of soil, but now we are working to develop that one embedded check dam. The Gabion embedded with the plastic sheet means HDPE sheet. So this will serve both functions, arresting the soil as well as water. Earlier it was only Gabion, so that structure was able to arrest only soil. Water conservation was missing there, but now we are addressing both. The second point, rightly told, the water budgeting at the micro watershed level. At the planning stage, it is the compulsory part. And water budgeting, thereafter, water distribution in the watershed, water transfer within the watershed, surplus and deficit side. All these are the plant now part of the plan. So rightly told, water is the key driver of a watershed, and that should revolve the entire our activity revolve along the watershed.
I just like to inform here and better that in 95 there was a national program of ISRO, Integrated Sustainable Development, IML, Integrated Mission for Sustainable Development, where watershed program was the main focus. Because I worked in Madhya Pradesh, so that was the nationwide program, but for only pilot studies. We are all, GIS and all. This is for.
Thank you. Ambaji, your comment, please.
Yes, sir, I would like to add, blocks were selected from Uttarakhand, UP Hills that time.
Ambaji, please.
Chamba and Pithoragarh. Even that. But after 1 year, I went to the district magistrate office, Pithoragarh, and asked, or could you please, sir, with the report of that process? No, I don't know where that report is there. No.
Yeah, Jamita.
Okay, thank you. I am just supplementing his information that he shared with all, that under the Integrated Mission for Sustainable Development, 2 blocks were studied in Uttarakhand, then UP Hills, Chamba in Garhwal and Pithoragarh in Kumaon region. And it was a very ambitious program, sir. I would also like to add, ISRO took a commitment from the state government that 25% of that project cost you will bear, state will bear, to ensure the implementation. So after 1 year, I had a meeting with the district magistrate Pithoragarh. Sir, can I share the integrated mission program that was prepared for your block? So I could not find it. So this is the situation of the implementation after making a commitment of bearing the 25% of the total cost of the project by the state government. It was never implemented.
Amata.
Yeah, just an interception.
See, coming to Mr. Singh's presentation, you referred to shifting cultivation, and I think it's something that needs to be said, given that we have a lot of researchers here and from different institutions. Which forest system, for example, or which food system where you have, we're talking about nature-based solutions in this whole session here. It has a multi-cropping system. It has an ecosystem restoration ingrained in it. It has soil health and fertility management systems in it. It has water management systems in it. It has one of the richest agrobiodiversity in it. 52 species that are naturally regenerated in so-called abandoned wastelands as defined by Government of India. 872 trees in 1 hectare of wasteland. 20 species of trees in wasteland home gardens. Now, it's so unfortunate that the Government of India, starting from the Wasteland Atlas, defines shifting cultivation as wasteland. Both the current shifting cultivation as well as fallow shifting cultivation. And I think this has to be corrected. And we cannot keep on talking about it because this is a food system which is feeding people. Not only that, whether you look at the International Fund for Agriculture Development, FAO, we're all talking about family-based farmings, which are the best resilient, adaptable farming systems that are good in terms of climate change. And here we are saying these are being compared with mines.
You know, because you listed them together. You compared them as degraded semi-arid lands. So I think that is unfair.
So that we will change the definition.
Rishi sir, yeah. I have a question. I have a small clarification to seek for my research. From morning, we have been saying that Himalaya is a very fragile ecosystem, right? Anyway, I would like to know what are the quantifiable basically criteria on the basis of this fragility is defined. I mean, after all, I would also compare ecosystems vis-a-vis fragility and then see whether they are vulnerable to say invasions or not. I would be glad basically to know that what could be the what are the quantifiable criteria, say for defining an ecosystem as fragile or a system as fragile, right? So that would be a learning for me. Second, I would like to actually, we are having a project and there is a lot of debate as to what would be the scale of landscape for our study, right? Since you mentioned a couple of times this landscape, after all, we work on forests, right? Anyway, the debate is that what would be the scale of the landscape which would be applicable to, say, our project, right? The landscape, the work that you are doing, your landscape may be one, your landscape scale would be one. If I am working on succession, my landscape would be continental, right? Anyway, now the point that I'm making is that we have to actually add these caveats whenever we mention, say, scale, when we mention something else. Reason being that they are, say, context dependent. They are applicable in a particular context. They may not be basically taken from you and then applied elsewhere, right? Now, since you are a very experienced person in using this scale, this landscape, what would be your opinion about, say, your suggestion to us as to what would be an appropriate scale at which we will study changes in a forest at landscape level? What is your suggestion about it?
On the context in which we are studying. So again, now that when we are talking about or monitoring the changes in the forest ecosystem, again, well, landscape, it can be watershed if you want, if you are considering all these water flows, soil and everything. It can be watershed, or you can go beyond watershed. But here we are beyond watershed, you can take boundaries of national park or sensible. Like, we had some this preservation clause, but let's keep them over for that. But here, like, just because I have worked in this field also, ecology. Okay. Second thing is like how much you can quantify and manage. I believe when you're going for the project, this is something that you should be more considerate. How much you can measure, how much you can manage. So this should be your skill. And of course, what should you take? You're talking about soil. And yes, USLM is doing a lot of work. It's not just we are compiling data. And yes, our mandate is not national, not state. Our mandate is global south. So we are working on a very large scale. And it's just 2 years since we are working. But then they are standing on the shoulders of giants. When I say giants, it's FRI and the research that has been done. So yes, we are doing a lot of things. And of course, I will welcome you all. If you get the chance to see USLM, and of course, we have neighbors, ASLPC is there. And of course, UNDP people have, UNDP as well as UNDP people have the status, and they know what we are doing. And this question is often asked like what we are doing. So yes, we are doing a lot of things, and we will love to demonstrate what we are doing. And yes, that map was a very serious job. So there are 10 number of layers that are working through that, and we can have a separate discussion on that.
No problem about that. Just something of the area in our state was falling in slightly you.
Yes.
Okay, so sir.
I will narrate this example why there is a lot of data. We were called by UPI partner, the public sector. So there was a meeting right institutions of the country. I will not name them. They produce a map of categorically the drop
sustainability map identified site for the UT Ladakh was a subsection of the bigger map. So they said, give us the details of that. We were unable to give the exact details, so they shared the coordinates. And finally, as a knowledge hub, we were supposed to do the thing for UT administration, and we placed the coordinates on the map where they were falling outside the Indian boundary. Then we collected the raw data from all the three premier organizations of the country. Then we realized that the demand from the UT administration was not at all reflected into those maps. All three have a very different classification and very different points of block size. None was matching with the requirement which is existing in the Ladakh UT, where there are a recurring, one of them was never shown. Recurring block events continuously happening in one side, and that was not shown in all the three. So when we talk about the consolidation of data sets from different organizations, it's a big headache. And on the surface, when you are sitting with this data management people, they consider them, they don't rely on it. So that's what I was saying. What is we have to हमें वो जो reliability है उसको मजबूत करना है ना, बजाय ये करके कि वो कम होने जाए। तो वो जो लोग करने वाले हैं वो सही नहीं है। हमको इसका मतलब ये वो चाहिए जो कर सके ढंग से।
So we'll take one last comment from sir. Sir, we have already crossed 7. So we are moving to the next program in our hostel.
We need
one last comment from your side.
Mainly, whereas the data sharing on the researchers say and publications are available, there is a local irrigation system called pool system, especially in Himachal Pradesh. It is channelizing the stream water to their fields, respective terraces. It's a very important aspect of Himalayan agriculture system, which we have missed. Number two, while talking about the land, resource of India, masses and all, use 8 million hectare land is there. I was wondering, I happened to be one of the workers of that time in 86, when National Wasteland Development Board had come up, and it has produced a lot of literature on Indian land. Even wasteland categories were not merely 3, 4, but 13. What happened to that data? It's a national data. It should be used by the scientists and the policy makers and the development administrators. To me, it appears now, and again, another point here, you said afforestation targets. Each year lacking is there. Why it is so? I remember that time, Rajiv Gandhi, the then Prime Minister, had given the ambition plan, 500 million hectare wasteland development each year. Nothing happened to that. And same is the case with afforestation and forestry plantation. Having funds, where it goes, number one. Number two, everywhere target achievement remains the top priority by the financial year end. What happened to that? None is bothered about that, but we are merely describing it is this situation, it is happening. What we as scientists have role to play into this is a serious question that I would like to place. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now I request Chair for the final remarks and then we'll end.
Final remark will be here. All those questions which we have raised here, it is good for us to document them and pass it to them so that we can use all those answers and reply to the queries in our document. So that will be the only thing. Thank you very much. And we are going to honor the speakers of the day. Thank you.
I think here's the all are requested to join us together for the cultural function dinner.
Lodisa, there is one announcement. Yeah. There are few announcements. One is Lodisa has already mentioned. We have kept one more session for you. This is not the technical session, rather it's a cultural showcasing session. So all of you are invited for the dinner as well as cultural showcasing. Tomorrow we have sessions. There are some corrections in the timing. We regret for the typos. First session is at 9:30, but the second session will start at 12 o'clock as we did it today. And the third sessions will start at 2:30. Fourth will be at 4:30. So there are some corrections in the timing. Thank you so much. Yes, we also request all of you to please assemble for a group photo. So,